Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, and yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Sewing has been part of the great British heritage for thousands of years, starting with hand sewing with English paper piecing and then progressing to machines to give us high-end British tailoring. We are proud to be a nation of sewists. So to commemorate this, Sewing Street is holding Great British Sewing Week. Tune in from Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of July for celebrations of all things British. We have the traditional prints from Liberty and William Morris, as well as makes from our talented guest designers. Keep a lookout for some special giveaways and some new and familiar faces. Join us from 8 AM to 1 PM on Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of July on Freeview 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this lovely Monday morning. Well, can't really not mention it, can we? Really sorry about the football. Now, do you know, I have to, bit of a confession, I don't really like football. I know you're not allowed to say that, but I don't really. There's too much football in my house. But I did, well, I was supposed to go to bed early because I had to be up really early, but I did actually, well, I watched the penalties in bed, to be fair. So really sad, and I'm really sorry for everybody who was supporting them, but we're still celebrating anyway, so I didn't want to not mention it, but we are celebrating anyway. It's Great British Sewing Week. Now, obviously, us Great Britons, we are a nation of seamstresses and sewists. We have got the longest tradition and history of sewing back from the Middle Ages all the way to high-end tailoring today and the catwalks. And as a celebration of that, we have got a whole week of all of our lovely British designers will be on air. We've got British sewing patterns, fabric, all sorts of things. We want to celebrate the fact that we are a nation of Great British sewists, and we have got a special prize. Well, today we have got a prize for you every day, actually. But all you've got to do, really, really simple, is anyone who shops with us today, whether it's the things that we're showing you today, whether it's you shop on the website, anybody who shops with us between now and midnight will be put into the draw to win this fantastic prize. There is the Queen's Birthday Fat Quarter Panel, and I'll show you that in a moment, Millwood ruler rack and a Stripology squared ruler. What a fantastic prize. All you've got to do is shop. As soon as you check out, you are in the prize draw. And this prize is only for people who shop today, and the winner will be announced tomorrow. So what we have is this beautiful panel. This is when I realise I've left the pins open on top of the fabric. So now we have a little, and do you know what? They're not just any pins. They are those really tiny applique pins. I love applique pins, but not the best thing to have poured all over the table. There we are. So the big panel, look at this. It is massive. It is specially to celebrate the Queen's birthday. Isn't it gorgeous? So it's 4 fat quarters, but they're extra big fat quarters. They're not your normal 50 by 55. I think they're 50 by 70s. You've got one with the corgis on, one with the crown. Then we've got all the icons of the Queen. So we've got Buckingham Palace and the orb, isn't it? Should we do you one at a time? Because there are so many on here. So let's look at the corgi one first. Let's do this way. So we've got the corgis at the top on a lovely pale blue spot fabric. Then we've got this lovely sort of royal blue background with the crown and the orb. And then the other 2 fat quarters, oh my God, we've got pins everywhere, is all these symbols. So we've got the soldiers and the corgis and the orb and the Buckingham Palace and the crown. And then in this fat quarter is a lovely traditional red and white spot to celebrate the Queen's birthday, HRH 95 2021. So that is in the prize to win that. And you also get the ruler rack, which is fantastic because you can hold, it's got all of these grooves in it. The big one, there are 2 sizes of these, but we're giving you the big one. So you can put all of your rulers in. And you also get the Stripology ruler to get you started or to add to all the ones you've got already. So what a fantastic prize. And all you have to do is shop with us today between now and midnight. So to get you started, I just need to it's a bit like herding. I'm going to herd all the pins into one corner because there are so many of them and they're very small. So if you want to fill up the ruler rack, we've got a fantastic early bird, and it is, I have to say, my favourite ruler. When I first started using rotary cutters and rulers, I think I've gathered them all now. This was the first one I bought, the big one. Now the good thing about this ruler, here it is in the packaging, but this is one that's open already, is that it is brilliant when you need to cut when you're cutting across a width of fabric. So if you fold the fabric in half, you can then place the ruler onto the fabric and it will cut all the way down. So it's the biggest, most useful ruler. It's 8.5 inches wide by 24.5 inches long. I mean, it's like all the rotary cutting rulers. It's got all the measurements on it. It's got the angles. It's got it in 1/8 of an inch increments. And then on the back, it has these dots, which are textured and also a textured edge all the way round. And the beauty of that is that so I'm just showing you the wrong side now, is that when you then turn it over and you place it on your fabric, those dots and the bits around the edge, they grip the fabric. So when you hold it with your hand and you cut, it doesn't move. And it's really good. I mean, it's made by Creative Grids. These are sort of the most fantastic rulers. They are made by quilters for quilters. Creative Grids ask a lot of designers, fabric makers, professionals to come up with the ideas for different sorts of rulers, but this is their really standard one because you can cut across the width of the fabric with it. So this was the first one I bought. I then moved on and bought loads of others. I always have I love my little 8-inch square one as well, but this is fantastic. If you haven't done any rotary cutting or you've only got a small ruler, this is brilliant. Anyway, £27.99, saving £4. Now, if you haven't shopped with us before, the P&P, postage and packaging, is £3.95. It's £3.95 for whatever you buy, whether you only buy this ruler and you've saved that already, and then you get into the drawer, or whether you buy a sewing machine, or whether you buy anything, you know, from half a metre fabric, anything, it's £3.95. The most important thing to remember is that when you put it in your basket, you must check out. Until you've checked out, it's not yours. So if you've got it in your basket and we're about to sell out of them and somebody else puts it in their basket and checks out, it's there. So you must check out. However, you can check out as many times as you like and you will still only be charged the one £3.95. So you're saving your £4 already, saving £4 already. Fantastic. I mean, on a Creative Grid. I thought you were talking about me. Elliot keeps saying, can you go left? Can you go left? But this is, if you haven't done rotary cutting before, this is your sort of standard piece of equipment. And it's amazing. We don't often have them on early birds, to be honest, because this is in our sort of standard piece of equipment. We have a lot of standard things that we do. And they sell well on their own. So I think we've put them in today because it's Great British Sewing Week as a little bit of treat for you. If you've not done rotary cutting before, but you've seen it on the show and you've been tempted and think, oh, I don't know whether to, this is a great start. Obviously, if you're going to use a ruler, you do need a cutting mat and a rotary cutter with it. That is key. But do you know what? I use them a lot for sort of marking seam allowances. I don't only use them for cutting. If I want to mark the angles on something, or if I want to mark seam allowances, I use like a heat erasable pen, and I use this as the ruler because it's so solid and doesn't move. So you don't have to use it. But it's nice as well. I mean, they do the Creative Grid rulers, they update them all the time because they have new designs with big different measurements and angles. So, you know, if you want to update the one that you've got, because it is good because it is 8.5 inches. You get the extra bit there. If you haven't done it before, pop a rotary cutter in your basket. A cutting mat as well is really, that's what you use with this. But it is such a lovely standard piece of equipment. If you've got a smaller ruler and you can't cut across the whole width, so you know when you're making a quilt and it says cut 3 4.5 inch strips, if you fold your fabric in half, you can then get the ruler on top and you can trim, you can cut all the strips from your fabric. Maybe you're a dressmaker and you cut binding strips, perfect for that, because you can I use it all the time for dressmaking if you're just cutting strips across the width of the fabric. But also if you're cutting on the bias, because you're making bias binding strips, it has got the 45-degree angle marked on here, and all you have to do is place your fabric diagonally across the fabric, and then you can cut your bias strips. And you do need a long ruler for that. So if you're a bag maker, a home sewer, a dressmaker, I use mine probably more for non-patchwork things than for patchwork, to be honest, because I probably do more of that. But it is, it does make a big difference. On each of the rulers, I'll turn it around and then you can see, is a QR code. Can you see that? There's the QR code. Now, if you scan that with your phone, all you have to do is set your phone to camera mode and you just hover over the QR code. It's got to be a smartphone, not your house phone, won't work with that. You get to your camera mode and you hover over that. That will take you to a YouTube video which will show you how to use the ruler for free. Fantastic. And you'll find if you've not used QR codes before, once you hover over it, once it gets in it, then it sort of focuses. As soon as that happens, it will just quickly jump. You don't have to do anything. It will go over to the, I don't know how it does it, magic. It will go over to the YouTube video and it will show you a demonstration of how to use this. And all of the Creative Grids have these on them. So there is a specific reason for them. And it's free. You get like a free demo. So that is the early bird today. So please, there's lots and lots of these in baskets. So please do check out if it's in your basket. Otherwise you might lose out. But remember, you know, you are saving your postage today. Free postage, really, if you buy the early bird. And you get entered into the prize draw to celebrate Great British Sewing Week. So, shall we have a look at what's coming up today? Oh, look, there's the early bird special. Oh, little birds, little birds. So, coming up today, oh, I love the button birds, they're so sweet. So 8 o'clock, Great British Sewing Week. We have got some fantastic fabrics for you today. It's blue. It's all blue. It was just strange on a Monday, Blue Monday. It should be glorious Blue Monday. The theme is blue, which I'm quite pleased about because blue fabric is my favourite, particularly blue and white. I'm just going to move over. And 9 o'clock, we have got Rebecca Harrison. It's the Rebecca Day today. It's the day of all the Rebeccas. So Rebecca Harrison is with us showing how to make this beautiful dress, which you'll see behind me in a minute. Oh, there it is. The Framfield dress by, the pattern is by the Sussex Seamstress. I love this dress. It's this one that's behind me. We've got a whole host of fabrics to choose from it. That one there is made from an enzyme washed linen. It's beautiful, beautiful fabric. And the pattern for it goes from size 8 to 30, which I think is brilliant because quite often patterns, just the size range isn't big enough. You quite often see patterns like size 8 to 14 and you think, really? 8 to 30. It's a beautiful pattern. And we're selling the pattern on its own, but we've also got bundles of fabric, a big choice of fabric so that you can make this dress. And Rebecca is going to show you how to make it. It's beautiful. There's no zips, no buttons, no fastenings. It's very easy wear, easy make dress. And it's got pockets, which is very, very important. If I get a dress without pockets, then I have to put pockets in it. But what a lovely dress. Anyway, she'll be on at 9 o'clock to show us exactly how to make it. Then at 10 o'clock, it's Rebecca, that's me. Favourite sewing room tools. So Kat said to me, what's your favourite sewing room tools? I went, where do you want me to start? More like, where do you want me to stop? So I have put together all my must-have and want-have tools, all the things that I love using, some big, some small, some inexpensive, all different sorts of things, but things that I use on a daily basis. 11 o'clock, Rebecca's back with this, a really simple wrap skirt. It's from Debbie Shaw's book, which we've got for sale as well. And we've also got a big choice of fabric bundles to make it. It's a really, really easy make as well. Ever so easy. And I was just talking to Rebecca before we came on air. So she's going to show you from the beginning exactly how to make it. So that is perfect for a beginner. That's one of the colourways. Isn't that gorgeous? And what I like about it, it's a wrap skirt, but it's got a really big wrap. You know how some skirts you think my knees are going to be on show with just the tiniest breath of wind, but this has got quite a nice big wrap. So maybe you've got a sewing machine, been sat in the back of the spare room for several weeks, months or even years, and you're thinking, oh, I really ought to get that out. Or maybe you think, I'd like to have a go at dressmaking, don't really know where to start. This is perfect for a beginner. Or if you're a more experienced dressmaker, you just want a really quick and easy make, you want to make yourself something to go out tomorrow evening, you can get it made in a few hours, you'll have it made. But we've got some beautiful fabrics, and that's often the hardest part of dressmaking, is choosing and finding the right fabrics for the garment. Well, we've selected fabrics of the right weight and material for this, but in a whole choice of colours and prints. So you're going to love that. And then at 12 o'clock, it is Yarn Lane. Yes, so we've got Helen from Woolly Chic in with us. She has got 2 brand new shawls for us today and some brand new yarn. She's had some of her yarn dyed, hand dyed for her in the most beautiful willow shade. So her yarns are beautiful on their own, the ones that she has, natural ones and dyed, but she's got 2 lovely patterns. She's going to be showing us how to make them, and they really are gorgeous, lightweight summer shawls, really quick and easy to make. So if you love knitting, want to have a go at knitting, then please stay with us at 12 o'clock for Yarn Lane. Same channel, you just stay with us. If you're on Facebook or you're watching on the website, you'll need to move on to Yarn Lane. And just one last thing, remember that anything that you buy on Sewing Street, your postage is covered and it carries over to Yarn Lane as well. So anything you buy between now and midnight on either Sewing Street or Yarn Lane, it is only the £13.95 postage. Right, that's all of the information. Blue, I've just realised I've left my glasses. I've just got to go and get... Yes. Right. Okay. I'm back. Hey, and I've got through the whole menu without my glass. I can see on that though. But see, I've got my blue top on, my new blue top that I bought last week. Very pleased with it, to go with our blue fabric range. So look at this bundle. This is gorgeous. This is all of the blues. So some of them are solid fabrics and some of them are mix of fabrics. And what I mean by that is, let me take one out that you can see. There's some of the colours show up better than others. So this one, there are some of this. So you can see it's got that slightly, well, it looks like a swimming pool, underwater swimming pool mottled effect. So some of the fabrics in this collection have that beautiful mottle effect. Some of them are solids. So in this bundle for just £46.99, they're in colour order, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 6.5 metres. So we've got 13 half metres of blue fabric, starting at the very, very palest icy blue, moving through mid blues to the lovely swimming pool turquoise blues, up into royal blues, and then you've got a lovely deep navy here, again in that mottled print, and then you've got the sort of more Wedgwood type like Oxford blues at this end. So if you love blue fabric, you're thinking about making a blue quilt, maybe a blue and white quilt, you've already got some white fabric, what a beautiful selection. I always seem to gravitate to blue when I'm not sure about what to make. So blue is our favourite colour. What, the nation's or the world's? The world's favourite colour. They did a 30,000 person study, canvassing 100 different countries under 30,000 people, and blue, and that was in 1941. Is that still the same today, I wonder? But it's one of those colours, I think, that suits most people because it comes in lots of different shades. It's not as harsh as black. It suits most people's skin tone. So I think people love blue. But also it's very fresh, isn't it? When you make anything for the house, so if you're making a quilt, blue and white is very fresh, it's clean, but it's also a really calm colour. It calms people who have, I think people who have blue front doors are supposed to be calm, but it is a very soothing, calm colour. So what a beautiful selection. You could use the whole lot to make something stunning, or just a great collection to have in your stash. So at £46.99 you are getting 13 half metres of fabric. That is a lot of fabric. I love this navy one in this mottled print. So maybe you want a bit of navy for something, but you don't want it solid. It's just got that slight bit of movement in it and a little bit of depth. Love that. Love that. And these are all 100% cotton, Rose and Hubble, and they are your normal quilting weight, and they're all 44 inches, 112 centimetres in width. So your normal quilting weight fabric and your normal quilting width. But it is quality. So although that's an amazing price, this is quality Rose and Hubble fabric. What a fantastic price. All the blues fat quarter pack, which is this one. So maybe you want fat quarters instead. You don't want half meters, you want fat quarters. Well, in this one, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we start, oh, maybe can't count. 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7, I can't count. So we start off with a navy, but I would say that's a French navy. It's a bit softer than that really deep navy. French navy slightly softer and lighter than a dark navy, but that's a French navy. Then you've got a royal blue, but you've got 2 shades of royal blue. So you've got more of a sort of I would say like a sapphire blue, and then that's a marine blue. Then you've got the lovely turquoise, and then a paler sort of tealy type turquoise. That's a French or Oxford blue, and then a grey blue. Grey slate blue. So you've got all of the colours. So whether you've got the blue that's got more black in it or blue that's got more grey in it, a beautiful selection. So £10, 47, and that means you get one for free. So 7 fat quarters for the price of 6. So, so maybe you want to make something and you've already got another fabric like a white or a print, then that will make it go further. So you could use. So this works out at £1.49 a fat quarter. What a bargain! Because we've got Festival of Quilts coming up. Very excited about that. You won't find fat quarters for that price. Well, I doubt it. You might do, but it'd be unusual. That's a very, very good price. But what's lovely is that you know you've got all the blues there. And it's lovely as well, like, you know, so you've got those two royal blues that are very close in shade, but sometimes you've got to get exactly the right colour, and that's not easy to find, particularly when you're, if you're buying things online and you just see a little picture you can't see. But with that whole selection, £10.47. And again, they're Rose and Hubble, 100% cotton. They're 44-inch width fabric, which is cut in half. So they are 20 by 22 inches or 50 by 66 centimetres. There's less than 20 of those left. So if you want one, please put it in your basket and don't forget to check out. Yes. This one, not that one. Which one? This one. This one. Ooh, these are nice. Another fat quarter bundle. So we have got some prints and some plains and a white. So in here, there are 12 fat quarters. We've got these beautiful prints. Look at the blue in that. I mean, this is where you can see how beautiful the blue and white goes together. So we've got this one. I'm going to do these in order. These work out at £1.24. So this is £14.99 for 12 fat quarters. That must be a mistake. That's beautiful, isn't it? So these are all from the same collection, the Blue Bayou collection. So all of the colours in here go together. I'm trying to put them in a sort of a shade order for you. Oh, we've got a message from Elaine. Morning all. Blue is my favourite colour. So that survey all those years ago must be right. From Elaine in Melton Mowbray. Must be. Must be. Thank you, Elaine. Thanks for backing Kat up. She came out with a theory. I love blue too. I just always gravitate to it. I bought myself a new jumper the other day. My husband went, "Oh, it's blue again." I went, "No, it's got rainbow on it as well." All in blue. Yeah, no, I've got my new blue top on. That's a lovely blue rose. That's the same as the darker one I show you first. Then we've got some bubbles, and then I love this one. This is like dandelion clocks. So those are the print ones. And then in here as well, you get like a French navy, a marine blue, a mid blue, a pale icy blue and white. So for £14.99, that is a fantastic fat quarter. That works out as £1.24 a fat quarter. And you could do absolutely loads. We sell quite a lot of fat books of what to do with fat quarters. Oh, they're fat eighths. They're fat eighths. So a fat eighth is a fat quarter cut in half. So they're not fat quarters, they're fat eighths. So they are 20 by 11. Because it's the half a metre cut in half and cut in half again. But still £1.24 for a fat eighth. So they are all fat eighths, 12 fat eighths for £14.99. Or they're all quilting weight cotton, they're all 100% cotton, they're all the same. So the print ones are from the Blue Bayou range, the plain ones are from Rose and Hubble. So they're all beautiful quality. And there's only 13 of these left because they're extremely popular, which I'm not surprised about because they are beautiful. So which one should we do next, Kat? Oh, yes, let's go to the knitting bundle. Obviously, I'm going to love this one. This is lovely. So we've stolen this one from the under the £15 hour. So this is £14.99 for 3.5 metres. So let me show you. I love this. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Look at this. You've got on here, you've got balls of wool. You've got knitting on the needles. Got a crochet hook. Got some stitches, some socks being knitted. But isn't this perfect? Maybe you're making a knitting needle bag or a little zip purse to keep your stitch holders in. Or a crochet hook holder, anything like that. So you're making it for your yarn or just because you just love it. Be lovely if you wanted to cover a little notebook to keep all your knitting notes and your knitting patterns in. But so that's one of them. That's just one. This is a lovely weight fabric as well. It's 100% cotton, but it's really soft. It's by Stoff Fabrics. It's called Knitting Nook. It's got a lovely, very pale grey background, then with all of these knitting needles and yarn and crochet hooks as well. So it's not just for knitters, the crochet hooks are on there too. This one, another 1/2 metre, is cats. I need to turn that, is one way up, yeah. So we've got balls of yarn, and then if you look in it, nestled among, I love that one. Look at that little grey cat just hiding. You can just see his little pink nose. Okay, let me just move him over so you can see him. Look at his little pink nose sticking out. You've got another grey cat there, with his feet in the air, playing with the yarn. And you've got another one here. He's playing with it. So you've got all these lovely shades of blues and greys yarns with all these little cats hiding. And then we've got 1/2 metre of slate blue, which is the perfect complementary colour. Let me show you, that will go with both of these. So I know I've knocked the thread off now. I'm knocking over everything today. I was thinking my lack of sleep. There we go. So this complements them beautifully. So maybe you want to make something. Maybe you think, oh, I'm going to make a drawstring bag to keep my bits and pieces, or I'm going to make a crochet hook holder and I need that for an edging. This is the perfect colour to edge or line or bind or make straps from. And we have chosen this specifically to go with this, so you don't have to think of that yourself. So £14.99, you get 3 metres, because it's quite hard, isn't it? You know, when you know you want a complementary colour, but you don't really know which shade goes. So we've done it for you. This is the colour that goes with all of those 2 fabrics. There's only 8 of those bundles left. So if you want them, you need to get that in your basket and check out quickly before it goes. Remember, these are pre-cut, so if you bought more than one bundle, it wouldn't come. It will still come as the 1/2 metres, because they are pre-cut bundles. Because a lot of our fabric, obviously, we sell by the 1/2 metre, but with these bundles, they are pre-cut. Just to warn you. So we've got a brand new fat quarter pack for you here, which Kat got specially today. It's called Time and Tide. Now, we have sold previously this by the 1/2 metre. Very popular, just flew out. You loved it. But this is the first time we've had it on air. It's called Time and Tide. So it's 9 fat quarters. So should we look at each one? I have to undo them a bit. Got beautiful, it's like a lovely white, an ivory colour background. It looks little birds all over it. Then we've got a swirly sea one. It's like the waves, isn't it? It's where, you know, when the waves break in on the beach and it leaves the bubbles behind. That's what it looks like. Then a lovely one here with sort of coral and lemon shades of different shapes. Ooh, I like this one. That's gorgeous, isn't it? That's like jellyfish or anemones in the sea. But it has got a beautiful blue tones to it, doesn't it? You can sort of see the shimmer of the sea underneath it. This one is lovely, really. Look at that, how lovely that is. That's a really nice blend of fabric. It's like using a plain fabric, but because it's very pale and it's got really subtle neutral bluey shades on it. But you can use it if you wanted to put borders on something or put a bit of binding, but you want a little bit of texture and a bit of interest to it. That is beautiful. We've got the anemone jellyfish fabric again, but in this lovely sandy shade. So you can see how this collection is building up now, because it is Time and Tide, and it looks like this, doesn't it? This is like those sea anemones, that have all the spiky ones, but in a lovely, very gentle jade shade. They're like the little sort of shells as well, aren't they? That's the same print, but in a much deeper. So we're going down to the depths of the ocean now in this one. This one is the same as the first one with the birds on, but again, with that much darker thing. So you can see, I'm going to just take that one out, how it's graduating in tone from the sky to the top of the sea, all the way down to the bottom. And then this one. So, because in this bundle is the 9 fat quarters and the whole yard. Now this is a panel, this yard. Look, I absolutely love this. When we sold this by the half metre, it absolutely flew out, but I'm going to open the whole panel for you there. Look at that. So this features all the colours that are in that collection. You've got that deep jadey green that was in some of the last ones, and then you've got this sort of the much paler ones that were in the first ones. I mean, what a beautiful panel. So that's a yard long and 44 inches wide. But isn't that beautiful? So if I let me show it to you. This is the way it runs from selvage to selvage. You can use it either way. But it's like the sea, it's like a watercolour, it's like marble. But isn't that gorgeous? And all of the colours that are in here are in the fat quarters. So if I take these out now and lay them on top of here, like that. Look at that. Ooh, got them all over my arms now. Look how beautifully that complements. This is one of those things you might think, I know exactly what I'm going to make with that. This is perfect for log cabin. I've got a lovely log cabin design I want to make because I've got the lights, I've got the darks. Or maybe you think, I just adore those colours. I'm going to keep hold of this until I find the right thing. Or use them for individual things that you think, actually, that's perfect for a little bag that I want to make. And I'm going to use that for the lining and that for the outer. It's just gorgeous. So yeah, so I think that this has been priced at 10 fat quarters at $44.99. I don't think they've realised that you get 9 fat quarters and then a whole yard of fabric. So it's by Free Spirit. Time and Tide. It's gorgeous. So the lady who designed it, Shell Rumble, she moved from Washington to the coast. And you can imagine sort of walking along the beach with a complete lifestyle change from a big city to living along the coast and seeing the colours and the shapes and all the inspiration behind it. I mean, it is just beautiful. I absolutely love the panel. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I just love the colours in it. And the great thing with having something like this is that you could use it in strips. You could treat it like a design roll and cut it in the 3 and 2.5 inch strips, and you'd have a different colour in each strip. So if you wanted to make something that was very soft and soothing and peaceful, the colours in here are lovely, aren't they? So, I mean, it could be something that you would use for the summer if you wanted to make something like, you know, a picnic blanket or something for summery, but also just any time of the year for that sort of soothing calmness. Those are just beautiful, how all of these fabrics go together so well. Gorgeous, gorgeous. So when we had them in by the half metre, it absolutely flew out. So we've been waiting to get this special pack. And I think it's lovely because normally you get sold just for the fat quarter pack. I think this is really unusual that you get the fat quarter pack plus this panel as well. It's just a lovely combination. They've obviously thought when they've put it together that actually you need to have the panel with it. And although it is 100% cotton, it's normal quilting weight cotton, it is unbelievably soft. It's different. It's really different to other fabric. You know, when you feel it, you think, oh, I wonder if there's some viscose in there, because it's got a real soft feel to it. You can see how it falls and it drapes, but it feels like it has got some viscose, but it isn't. It's 100% cotton, but it's beautifully soft. So I would imagine to sew and cut and press with that is gorgeous, because you know what it's like when you have quality fabric. It presses better and it sews better. Gorgeous. Absolutely love that. Right, so I've got a charm pack for you next, which is, where's that one gone? This one. Bit of Riley Blake. There are in this, this is a 10-inch charm pack, so 42 squares, which funnily enough are all 10-inch square. So let's get them out and have a look. So, wow, if you love blue and white, you're going to love this. It's called Blue Stitch. So I'm not going to take the whole thing off. I'm just going to show you them. So we've got all of these. There's 42 fabrics. So let's just have a quick look through. You've got some blue florals, blue geometric. You've got 2 of each of the fabrics. Oh, well, then you've got a blue spot. I love this one. Sewing mends the soul, 1 stitch at a time. Happiness is handmade. So it's, when you look at it from there, it just looks like it just looks like a blue and white stripe almost. But when you get in close, it's got beautiful things. This is perfect for EPP, isn't it? Where you just want a small piece of something, and you know, with the words on. So when you get closer to it, you can see sewing mends the soul. Isn't that gorgeous? Then we've got a lovely, like a running stitch blue and white print. And then we've got obviously a lovely blue and white stripe. You'd need a blue and white stripe. Then I love this really lovely, like a Wedgwood blue in a floral. And then we've got the blue in little flowers, really fresh. This is going to make a beauty. You know, if you want to just do a really easy quilt, just sew them all together. It's gorgeous. I mean, you can use it for loads of different things. And there's lots of books and patterns and inspiration that we have on our website. We show what you can do with charm packs and layer cakes. So it's all beautiful blues and floors. And look at that. That's very beach, isn't it? It's like the beach hut deck chair feel. White with floral. So we're going through the whole, you can see some of the prints are repeating themselves now, but in other colourways. So you can see how the whole thing goes together beautifully. It's lovely, isn't it? And I love the geometric one in there. It's nice that they put a bit of a stripe and a geometric and some more floral. And the spots. But they're not spots, they're tiny little squares to make it a little bit different. And again, you've got that print, but on a white background this time. Sewing mends the soul, 1 stitch at a time. Happiness is handmade, all with little blue hearts between each little sentiment. Then we move into the grey side of it. So you've got the grey with the blue flowers. Again, we've got the grey with the stitching text and the grey with the geometric print and the lovely grey stripe. So what a beautiful collection of fabrics. It's all the sort of deep blues and mid blues and greys mixed with blue. That is, well, it's called Blue Stitch. It is a beautiful, beautiful collection of fabrics. I love that. But we also have the same fabrics. I'm not going to open them out because they're exactly the same, but this is the design roll. So these strips are cut from the full 44-inch width of fabric, but each strip is 2.5 inches wide, and you get, I would imagine, 40 in there. Aren't they lovely? So it's exactly the same fabrics as there. So maybe you've got some patterns or designs or ideas that you want to make with, well, they call them jelly roll, but design rolls. Then this is perfect for it. But it's using all exactly the same fabrics. And what's lovely is when they bring out a collection of fabrics is you can't always get all of them by the half metre. Different people sell different ones, or you can't get all of them. But with this collection, with the charm pack, the 10-inch charm pack and the design roll, you get the whole collection. So you'll get all of those words and the flowers and the checks and the little spots all in that. So $49.99. I think that's fantastic. What a lovely, lovely thing to own. Let me just put that one over there. Which one? The fleeces. Oh, I was really pleased this morning when I saw we had the denim, because I've used the denim quite a few times in a bird of the month lately, and it is beautiful, beautiful to sew with, and extremely good value for money. So we have 3 different shades of denim here. This is the lightest. Now, the best thing about this denim is it's a lovely weight. It's weighty enough to use for things like pinafores or a heavier weight dress like a tunic and skirts, but it's brilliant for bags too, and it's extremely wide. So if I open it up and show you, it's 150 centimetres, 60 inches wide, and it is lovely to sew with. So $4.99, I mean, it's amazing value, $4.99 for half a metre. Now, if you want more than half a metre, then it will be cut to order for you. So if you're wanting to make something bigger and you want more than that, if you need, maybe you need 2 metres because you're going to make a dress, then just put 4 units in your basket. You will be sent it as a cut piece. So these are not pre-cut bundles. This is just sold by the half metre. And honestly, I think for $4.99, it is a beautiful quality. It's really lovely. So that's the light, so you can see what, it's nice to see the three colours together. This is the medium, so this is your real sort of classic jeans, your Levi's colour. Again, it's the 150 centimetre, 60 inch width, but it is beautiful for bag making. I've used it quite a lot. It's lovely when you mix it with quilting weight fabric, particularly something floral as well. The mixture of the denim with a print fabric is beautiful together. So, you know, if you'd bought something like the knitting print and you wanted to make yourself a knitting bag, then you could use that on the bottom and then you could put this on as well. It does go really well together. I really like to pair denims with prints. So it's quite a useful thing to have in your stash. And then the final denim is the darker one. So so now you can see them all together. Again, it's the same width, the same weight, and it's a beautiful. It's really nice to cut and sew with as well. Now, of the dark denim, there's only 3.5 metres left, so if you want that one, then you need to get that. We will get it back in, but that's all we've got at the moment. But there you are, you can see. So the dark denim is your really, if you go thinking of jeans, that's sort of the darkest one before they become black denim. So you've got the light, which is like your sort of stonewash, your classic, and then the much darker. Right, fleece. Can't just have cotton, got to have fleece as well. So I've got a lovely polka dot fleece. Now this is a very soft dusky blue. It's not light blue or medium, it's a real dusky blue, beautiful as a baby blue. It's quite neutral actually, that's the wrong side, just realised. That is the wrong side. So this is great. Again, this is cut off the bulk. This is only £2.99 for 1/2 metre, and it is 150 centimetres wide, 60 inches. Perfect for cushions, blankets. You want a blanket to keep in the back of the car, quick blanket, you know, it dries very, very quickly. Perfect for dog beds, dog blankets. It's a beautiful colour. It's really lovely for children. So maybe you want to make a big floor cushion or a large sort of squishy cushion to put on the bed. It's a lovely quality fleece. And look at the colour. It's really lovely. And it's really wide and it's only £2.99. I've got one other fleece, which is even more perfect for pets because it's covered in bones and paw prints. Look at that. Yeah, this is like if you bought a metre, maybe 1.5 metres of this, and then it would be square. Perfect for the car, isn't it? For muddy walks, use it to... You could even make a car seat cover in it, couldn't you? Pop it on the car. But when you're going to the beach, it's lovely for that. Actually, look, I've just realised that's the wrong side. Look, that's the right side. Now you can really see the depth of the colour. So it doesn't have to be for pets. It could be for you if you love animals. This is great. And it's really wide. It's like 150 centimetres wide. But at £2.99 for 1/2 metre, that is fantastic value, isn't it? And it is beautiful. It's a really lovely, lovely fleece. It's really soft. It's really lovely. But lots of different things you can make with that. They even make nice little bags, actually. So you could make a special bag to put your blanket in for the dog or for anyone who loves dogs. But that's a really nice quality. I mean, I'm amazed at the price of that. Right, we've got loads of fabrics for you that's available by the 1/2 metre. So again, as I said before, if you want more than 1/2 metre, put that in your basket. It's in 1/2 metre units. If you want 1.5 metres, for example, put 3 in there. It will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. This first one, this is lovely. I need to open this one up for you because this changes colour. Look at that. So at each end, it changes colour towards the middle. So you've got darker blue at the ends going to the lighter blue. Perfect for skirts and dressmaking, isn't it? If you made a skirt from this, remember that the way it changes colour is this way. But obviously you can use it any way that you want. But isn't that lovely? So if you had the darker blue at the hem, what a lovely skirt. Or you have that as the bottom of the dress because it changes colour. But the other great thing, perfect for patchwork and quilting because you get more than one colour in there. So if you wanted to do some quilting, you know, you're getting 2 or 3 different colours and it's got shimmery metallic in it as well. But it's cotton fabric. Gorgeous, love that one. So that one's by the ½ metre. Oh, we've got the lovely screws one. I like this one. I remember when we did this collection, when it first came out, it's Dan Morris. It's lovely. It's got screws and nails. We did it for Father's Day, didn't we? It's got screws and nails and nuts and bolts. Perfect for dad makes, shed makes, outdoor tool bags, tool belts, handkerchiefs. If you want to, a ½ metre, you can get 2 really good handkerchiefs, and it's a really nice weight actually. Just hem the edges. Well, that's a really easy, quick, fun £7.49. 2 handkerchiefs for your dad or yourself. Love that one. This is from the same collection. I like this. It's like vintage rulers on blue. It's gorgeous, isn't it? They're like sort of vintage tape measures. That lovely sort of browny grey. And no, they're not accurate. That's definitely less than an inch. But gorgeous. Again, you know, if you just wanted to put them as a border along the bottom edge of a bag. It looks upside down there, doesn't it? Maybe you've got a little craft bag. It doesn't have to, I mean, I know this was from sort of the men's fabric range, but it's nothing, doesn't have to be at all. Be ideal for a craft bag, wouldn't it? Or, you know, just any little things, like even like a little scissor holder. It's just a bit of fun to have that. £7.49 for ½ metre. Another one here, like this one, it's got a really marine blue background, but then with all sort of speckled greens and ochres and purples. It's a lovely all over sort of low volume print if you want a little bit of texture, because it's got that speckle. But what's lovely is there is absolutely no direction to it whatsoever. So if you wanted to join it together, really easy, because there's no pattern matching. If you joined it, you wouldn't notice. Ideal for sort of binding things or for borders, because it just gives a little bit of interest. But it is an all over print with no direction, which makes life very simple. That's £7.49. This next one has got a very grey-blue background, but beautiful Riley Blake fabric, beautiful, all over florals, all different colours, reds, yellows, blues, greens, really fun and pretty, and again, totally and utterly multi-directional, so very easy to cut and piece and sew, because you haven't got to think about which way everything's going. Oh, and then here's the sunshine. Oh, this one's lovely, look at that. Nice selvage as well, all the stars. So you've got shooting stars, little moon faces and sun faces on a lovely deep midnight blue background with all these swirls of blue as well. In fact, let me open it out a little bit more because it's so lovely. That's lovely. That's a line. It's beautiful on its own. I'd use that for a lining of something. Be lovely. Nice for a pillowcase. Bit of fun, you know, for a bedroom. If you wanted something a bit deep and dark. Bookshelf. Oh, I like this. I haven't seen this one before. That's gorgeous. Look, so it's a really lovely minty bluey green background. There's only 5 metres of this one left. And it's all bookshelves full of cats, books, plants, a little camera, book bag. Isn't it? Perfect for a book bag. So maybe you're... if you buy somebody some books for their birthday, make them a little tote bag out of ½ metre of this, or even wrap it in this and then they can have the fabric. But perfect for book lovers and cat lovers, plant lovers. It's only £6.99 for ½ metre. Lovely. You can have the front and the back of the tote bag in that, and then just choose a plain for the handles. Another beautiful floral fabric. This is a really nice big print. So on here you've got bees and large prints. It's a bit sort of canal bargey, that kind of effect. But that's a lovely print. Perfect for dressmaking. I always think summer dresses look lovely in that deep navy background, but with the bright florals, really lovely for a summer maxi dress. Or just a little blouse, just a little pop of colour. Wear that with a pair of jeans. I'm quite tempted. I like this one. These are the really sort of the retro swimmers. I remember when we had this collection to start with. Isn't that lovely, from the Simple Pleasures range? But it is very 1950s vibe, not only the colours, but the look as well. I like the man sitting on, looks like he's sitting on an iceberg. Maybe it's a rock in the swimming pool. Yes, they're in Iceland. Lovely, Simple Pleasures. And it is just really nice. I love the colours in that one. This one is lovely, the Simple Pleasures Ice Lollies. I love this. I would like to have this. I would keep it and then use it for fussy cutting. Yeah, look, make a nice pinafore, wouldn't it? But can you use these individually and just cut them out for applique? Or maybe you want something fun for the corner of your kitchen and you want a new cushion for your chair. Lovely. Or a little bag. Just a really, really nice. But again, you know, do you think, you know, when we sell all these patchwork and quilting fabrics, remember they're great for dressmaking? If you just want to make, you know, a little pair of pyjama bottoms, would look gorgeous for those in summer. Take them on your holiday because actually that cotton is really soft. They'd be ideal for little pyjama shorts. And again, remember, because it's by the ½ metre, if you want more than a ½ metre to make some pyjama bottoms, you can just pop it in your basket. Whoa, look at this one. If you love peacocks, you are going to love this one. This is the Anna Maria Horner's collection. Isn't that gorgeous? What resplendent peacocks. We've got peacocks in plum, in sapphire blue. They've got green all over them. This it really is. These such a massive array of styles, colours and tastes and designs. Right, very quickly we have a one with moon and stars on. This one, love that one with birds on. Go back that one. We're going really quickly now through these. I'm going really quickly. We're going really quickly because I want to get through. I've got a little stack of here. I want you to see them all. Isn't this one gorgeous? Lewis and Irene. It's all stars and moons and planets. They are all available on the website, so just have a look on there and you'll be able to see them. But bedrooms, ideal for kids' bedrooms. I love this one. Hummingbirds, that's beautiful. £6.99 a ½ metre. There's only 9 metres of this. Wouldn't this make a lovely summer dressing gown, like a robe, you know, one of the tie robes? Be beautiful with all of these. You see quite a lot of those, don't you? Or lovely for bed linen if you wanted some pretty cushions on your bed. Or, you know, just a couple of, if you bought a metre, you could make a couple of pillowcases. That is absolutely lovely. Really, I've not seen anything like that. Stunning. This is from the Homewood collection. This is like a sapphire blue, and then you've got pretty hearts all over it, all in different colours, sort of pinks, navies, whites and reds. Next one, oh, this is unusual. It's got a really nice blue mottled background. But then it's like that kind of Argyle socks look, isn't it, of greens. But again, I like the fact that they're not all very uniform. They're slightly mixed. You feel like they're not in rows, they're more in swirls, which makes it a lot easier to use because when you've got sort of definite checks and stripes, when you cut it, you've got to cut it accurately. With this one, it doesn't really matter. £5.99. £5.99 for ½ metre. What a bargain. Oh, this one really is the night sky, isn't it? This is when you're lying on your back in a field and there's no street lights and you look up to the sky and all you see are the stars. That's lovely, isn't it? It's called glitter, but it's a really nice mix of fabric. If you wanted to use something rather than using a plain fabric for your borders and your bindings and sashings and linings, this has just got a more movement in it, more pattern, but again, totally multi-directional, so very easy to work with. Like that fabric. Only £4.49 for ½ metre as well. Better than a plain navy, I think. Lovely star fabric. This is wide. Let's have a look. Oh, it is, yeah. Yeah. 140, 140, that's wow. 100% cotton, so this is ideal for dressmaking because it's wider. It is very soft as well. It's got a white, I would say not quite totally bright white, more winter white background with beautiful navy stars. So really quite stunning, but I think at £4.49 for ½ metre, and remember that is extra wide, that is fantastic value for money. Oh, we've got anyone who loves a bit of space. Do you like space? Rockets? Spaceman? This is only £3.59 for a half metre. You could make some beautiful, if you've got someone who loves space, beautiful thing for a kid's bedroom. You know, you could make toy buckets and toy bags to keep everything tidied up. Perfect for a PE bag. I like that one. Then we've got sea creatures. I'm having to rush now because I'm running out of time. Sea creatures, so if you like octopuses. We have got loads more that I'm not going to get through. Flat quarter packs, we've got some fabric panels, we've got some other bundles, loads and loads of different things. If we don't get them all, they will be on the website. So if you click on watch live and scroll down, you'll see them all. This one, lobsters and jellyfish and flatfish. And then the final one by the half metre is this one. Beautiful floral. Isn't that gorgeous? So this is Rose and Hubble. It's Rose and Hubble, but it's very Liberty, isn't it? I shouldn't say it 'cause it's Rose and Hubble, but it has that feel to it. The beautiful pansies, blues, and the lavender colour with the lovely sagey green flowers. And it is a poplin weight. It's very, very soft. Really, yeah, that's completely different to the normal quilting cotton. It's very soft. It has that slight polish that a poplin fabric has. Beautiful for summer dressmaking. And I cannot believe that is only £3.49 for half a metre, because that is Rose and Hubble, as you can see. Look. See? You know that's quality. And it is the poplin weight. It's beautiful. Really, really smooth and soft. £3.49, that's amazing. And remember, you can buy this by the half metre, so if you want more than half metre, we will cut it to order. So if you're thinking, yes, I need some new summer pyjama bottoms, this is very soft and perfect for them. Right, one last fabric before we go is if you want extra wide fabric because you either want to back a quilt, you want to make some bed linen, or you just want fabric that's wider because it's much better value for money, this is the one for you. And that is half of it. £8.99, and it is 274, this is half, because I've got that folded in half, 274 centimetres or 108 inches in width. So you can make bed linen with this, you can make duvet covers, you can make sheets, you can make loads of new pillowcases. Although it's called backing fabric, maybe you make things for a craft fair or you sell things at fetes, all different things, that you can make a lot from this fabric. And it's beautiful, all colours of royal and navy, and it's slightly mottled, so it has a lovely movement to it, and then printed on it, very multi-directional, all these blue ferns. I mean, actually, the dress that we've got in the next hour with Rebecca you could make from this, be stunning, wouldn't it? Absolutely stunning and really, really smart. It's got quite a nice weight to it as well. It's got a nice finish on it. So anyway, there's loads of blue fabrics we haven't got through, but they will all be on the website. Do remember, anything that you buy today, you will be entered into our special prize draw. Shop to win the Queen's Birthday Fat Quarter Panel, a Millwood ruler rack and a Stripology squared ruler. Fantastic prize. Anyone who shops with us today between now and midnight will be entered into the free prize draw to win that, and the winner will be announced tomorrow on air. So that's all the fabric. Wow, there's loads of it, isn't there? After the break, we've got Rebecca with us who's going to show us how to make this beautiful dress. I absolutely love this. I really want this dress. I think it would suit me, actually. She's going to make a different colour one in the sample so you can see it in other ones. And we've got a whole host of fabric that, to sell with this that is perfect for the dress. So you don't have to go out and look for the fabric you need. So if you want to sit back, have a go at making your own dress. Maybe you're new to dressmaking, you think, oh, shall I give it a go? That is beautiful, isn't it? Anyway, Rebecca will be with us in just a couple of minutes' time. So I will see you back here soon.
Sewing has been part of the great British heritage for thousands of years, starting with hand sewing with English paper piecing and then progressing to machines to give us high-end British tailoring. We are proud to be a nation of sewists. So to commemorate this, Sewing Street is holding Great British Sewing Week. Tune in from Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of July for celebrations of all things British. We have the traditional prints from Liberty and William Morris, as well as makes from our talented guest designers. Keep a lookout for some special giveaways and some new and familiar faces. Join us from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of July on Freeview 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. Okay, I got into sewing through my grandma. I used to sit and watch her. She was a dressmaker, and I started off making toys, and then I was dressmaking myself, and from then I've done homeware and children's wear and all sorts of different things in between. I would say my top tip is to be kind to yourself. It's only fabric at the end of the day, and if things do go wrong, then you've always got your quick unpick. My claim to fame is that in 2012 I was a VIP driver with the Olympics, and I met some really interesting people who were very nice, and I'm hoping that I'll meet some very interesting and nice people on Sewing Street too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
And welcome back to Sewing Street, and it is the dressmaking hour. I'm really excited by this one because I absolutely love the dress. So I'm really tempted to buy the pattern myself. I mean, they've already been flying out. Luckily, I've opened this one, so that's mine now, isn't it? The pattern is by the Sussex Seamstress. They're always massively popular with you. The designs are very, very classic, and they're quite easy to make as well. So there is the patterns. And what I think is brilliant is that the pattern ranges from sizes 8 to 30, which is brilliant, isn't it? Because too often patterns don't have a big enough size range. So in the pattern you get nice envelope. These are produced by Jane, who is the Sussex Seamstress, and you know they're not your sort of mass-produced big company. It's Jane who's worked out what people want and why they want it and how they want it produced. And it's beautiful, isn't it? It's a really, really easy to wear dress. We've got Rebecca in with us today who's going to be showing us how to do it, and she'll be explaining all of this. It's a very, very flattering dress, and there are no zips or buttons or fasteners. Perfect for the summer, or you can make it in a more heavyweight fabric to use for the winter. You could layer it by putting a long sleeve top underneath it and then wearing it with tights and boots, or it's perfect in the summer and you can just wear it. It's not too low, you don't have to put a top underneath it, you can wear it in the summer. It's got lovely sleeves as well. So everything you need to know, all in the instructions with illustrations, how to do it all, and the pattern as well. So the pattern comes in all the pieces. It's a nice heavy, well, I'll just open one of them. It's a nice heavyweight paper. It's very easy, so which is great because it means that it's really good for reusing, because this is the sort of dress pattern that once you've made it once, you're going to want to keep making it in all different fabrics. So you can make yourself one for each season. So very, very simple. Now, obviously, if you're not sure about the size, you can very easily trace this off rather than cut the pattern and then cut it to the size that you want. Start off, work out what size you are by measuring yourself, but very simple. Ooh. There's the size chart, which tells you, ooh, I can never, I'll do that later. I'll do that later. Yes. Why can't I? It's a bit like maps.
Yeah, never go back.
I never ever get them back in. So there is the size chart for you there that will tell you how much fabric you need. That's in the pattern as well. It will tell you your sizing. Now, when you measure yourself, don't decide what size you are. Don't think, oh, I want to be that size. Go by what the pattern says and measure yourself. Nobody will know what size that are. So many people go, oh, I don't want to be a 16, or I don't want to be a 20. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, because you don't put that size in. You measure yourself and then cut it out to the size it says here. That's the most important thing. And I think that's one thing that a lot of dressmakers, or people when they're new to dressmaking, the whole point in making clothes is so that they fit you. So measure yourself first, then decide your size, and then cut out your pattern to that size. So we have put together, so there's the pattern there, £15.50, and it all comes with all of the, so a quarter of the stock is gone, and we've only just come onto air with this. It is a beautiful pattern. It is printed on quality paper, and they're always really popular, so they must really work. Anyway, Rebecca's going to show you how to make it, but it's such a flattering dress. I just think it's lovely because I think it suits all age ranges as well, because that sort of looser, longer length is lovely. And I just find so many times I hate dresses that come above my knees. I've got horrible knees. And it's really hard to find a dress that's a decent length. But with this, I mean, it's a nice mid-length, but you can make it whatever length you like. That's even better. Now, we've put together some fabric bundles for you that are perfect for this dress. Now, the one that the sample is made in is in this enzyme washed linen. Now, enzyme washed linen means that they wash the linen using enzymes, and that softens it. So it's pre-washed already, and that makes it very, very soft. I don't know what enzymes they do use. I tried to find that out. They just use enzymes. I don't know, but it's this. Let me show you this fabric. It's gorgeous. But anyway, it gives it much softer, and it is all pre-washed so that you don't have to. This is a beautiful colour. It's called denim, but it's it's kind of got more of a greeny rather than a bluey feel to it. It's blue, but it's the green side of it rather than the sort of the dark blue side of it. But it's beautiful. It's got the lovely 100% linen weave in it. You can see it, and it is lovely. It works beautifully, this dress. It's got a nice weight to it. It's not like a denim, really, really heavy weight. It is, you know, just what you would expect from natural linen. This beautiful, very flattering blue, because it's not too harsh. I think this would suit most skin tones. So in this bundle, there are 3 meters. Because it's 150 centimeters wide, you get 3 meters in the bundle. And that is enough to make all the sizes. So whether you're a size 8 or you're a size 30, this 3 meters, because it's 150 centimeters wide, is enough to make all the sizes. And we're selling it in pre-cut pieces for you. But if you want a different colour, we have the same beautiful enzyme wash linen in other colours too. This is my favourite one. I love this one. It's like the colour of, it's called chartreuse. I always think it's a bit like lichen. It's that lovely, again, a really flattering green. The colours go really well together, wouldn't they? I think they'd be really nice. You could do if you had other colours, you could mix them together with these. It's a really lovely earthy shade of green. So it's very soft and subtle. It's not too harsh. Beautiful for the summer. So that's chartreuse. I really like that. Again, 3 metres in that one. The next one is this, what's this one called? It's a really dusky, pinky, like a pale lavender. It's a pinky, dusky pink shade. Like a vintage antique rose, that sort of shade. That's gorgeous, isn't it? So if you like pink, but you don't like really bright pink, again, just like the green and the blue, it's a very, very subtle, soft shade. And because it's enzyme wash, you can see it's soft. They are very sort of neutral, earthy tones, I think. Oh, does it crease like normal linen?
Not as badly, I would say, because I had that folded up in a bag to bring it here, and actually it only needed a light steaming, didn't it?
So it's not.
Really.
Yes,
I mean,
it's
obviously it creases
because it's linen.
Yeah,
but it's not serious creases, is it?
No.
It just has that lovely worn look to it, I imagine. I love this guy. Each one I get out, I think, oh no, that's the one I like.
They're all lovely, aren't they?
They are. I think. And then the final enzyme wash linen is this grey. And again, just like the others, it's a very, very soft grey. It's quite pale. It's more of a sort of a pale slate pewter type grey. With this one, you can really see the linen weave in it. Again, this is a 3 metre piece. Only £31.99 for the whole 3 metres, and that is enough to make from a size 8 to a size 30. So if you make one of the smaller sizes, you'll have a bit left over, which you can make other things with, make another dress. This would work really well. You could use one colour for the bodice and one colour for the skirt. I think that would actually look really stunning. Those two would look nice together, wouldn't they?
Yeah, beautiful.
You could have the sleeves in a different colour.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, I think I might be getting one of these patterns, especially because I've opened one, so I think that one's mine. I really like this one. This is so this is a linen fabric. It's not your enzyme wash linen, but it is a linen fabric. I remember when I was pregnant for the first time, I had a pair of maternity trousers in this. I have no idea. I thought they were fantastic. I looked like a little beach ball in green lime gingham. But it was it was the hot summer of 97. Gosh, was it hot. And I thought I looked amazing in mine. So it reminds you of this. This is a lighter weight than the other linens, but beautiful for that dress. And it's obviously it's a woven, it's not a printed linen, but that's lovely, isn't it? And again, it's a 3 metre piece, lime Toledo classic. Gorgeous though, but very lighter weight. This is a very summery one. And I think it would work really well for the dress because it's not a really big check, so it's much easier to put together. There's only 8 of these bundles left. I mean, obviously you don't, because the pattern is sold separately to the bundle. If you just like the fabric and you think, oh, I've got a pattern already, 3 metres, the fabric is on its own. It's not with the pattern, so that you have got that choice. Or if you wanted to buy the pattern, you think, I love that, I'm going to make 2 of those. Then you can buy just 1 pattern and 2 bundles of fabric. So we've also got some cotton poplin weight, because if you wanted something a bit lighter and you want to make something more summery, we have these weights as well. Now, what I need to tell you about these is these are narrower fabrics. So if you want to make the size 8 to 30, you need 3 metres, but it has to be 150 centimetres wide. So for the 3 metre bundle of the poplins, this will make up to a size 12. If you want to make a bigger size from that with the poplin, we also have this fabric available by the ½ metre. You'll need to buy 4.5 metres. So £22.99 for the 3 metre bundle, and that will only go up to a size 12. If you want to make a bigger size, you'll need 4.5 metres, but you will have to join the skirt, because the way it works is the skirt is cut across the width of the fabric, and for the bigger sizes, the skirt section gets bigger and bigger, so you'll need to join them with a central seam. This is £3.99. Wow, £3.99 for ½ metre. So you need to buy 4.5 metres if you want to make the bit, because you will have to join the skirt. So if you really want, like this cotton poplin, which is beautiful because it's slightly thicker than your normal cotton, than your normal quilting cotton, and it has a finish to it which gives it that sort of poplin sheen. So orange floors. That's a beautiful summer dress. It will look lovely, and Rebecca's going to demonstrate how to make it in one of these, in this one I'll show you now, so that you can see what it looks like as a floral one. So that will only make the 3 metre up to size 12, but if you buy it by the half metre, you need 4.5 metres if you want the bigger size. That, and you just need to put 9 units in your basket. This is the one that's Rebecca's going to be demonstrating. So this is a Rose and Hubble 3 metre bundle, beautiful pink floor print, very, very fresh, isn't it? But again, remember the 3 metres will only do up to size 12. You'll need to buy 4.5 metres and buy it by the half metre. Isn't that lovely? It's so fresh. It's got a lovely ivory background. It's not really stark white. And these beautiful rose-coloured shades of pink with a nice sort of sage green leaf. Remember, again, this is available by £3.99 for half a metre if you need to buy more than that. We've got a lovely navy one. I always like navy with the floral print. It does look really classic. But if you're confused about any of it, which doesn't make any sense, if you've got any more questions, please phone our customer services team, 0800 001 4433. They will be able to help you and help you to get in touch with us, and we will be able to explain it to you. They can tell you if you can't remember what the code is for the half metres, but message us, studio@sewingstreet.com, if there's any of those little bits, because I've talked about the different amounts you need and buying it by the half metre. Do email us, or the customer service will be able to help you with finding the right product codes. So again, this one's £3.99 for half a metre. We recommend you buy 4.5 metres if you want to make the largest size. But if you're only up to size 12, you can buy the bundle, which is £22.99. Isn't that lovely though? Really sort of fresh yellows and blues and pinks on the navy background. And then finally, one last one. I really like this one. This is, again, it's cotton poplin, but it's a bit of a denim look, isn't it? So you've got that lovely, actually matches my blouse, almost lost my blouse in it. I couldn't I? Make a nice blouse. So it's got that lovely sort of chambray blue colour background with dark midnight print at the back. But remember, if you want to just buy the bundle because you think of something else, be nice dungarees. Pyjamas. I keep talking about pyjamas. I think I really want some lightweight cotton summer pyjama bottoms, but this is very soft, so it'd be ideal for that. Anyway, again, this is available also separately by the half metre at £3.99 for half the metre. If you've got any questions about all the different combinations we told, do message us at the studio and I will answer, or Rebecca will answer any of the questions that you've got about it. Or if you want to order from the call centre, and they will be able to help you with product codes, the number's there on the screen, 0800 001 4433. Anyway, that's all the fabrics, all the options, all the patterns, and let's get on with some sewing. So good morning, Rebecca.
Hello, good morning.
Lovely to see you.
And you as well.
For the Rebecca Day.
I know. It's a bit confusing, isn't it?
It is the Rebecca Day today. So how did you find the pattern?
Oh, it's lovely. I really enjoy making up the Sussex Seamstress patterns because they're all the instructions are on there. They're nice and easy to follow, and they're lovely makes. When you've finished making them, they're just a lovely make.
It is a beautiful dress.
It is. Yes, it is. It is. It's very flattering.
It is, isn't it? I really like that because it just sort of hangs, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it's where that seam is.
Yeah, it's a very flattering place.
Very flattering seam, and the pleats as well. They're nice deep pleats. So they would just fall beautifully over any shape. But that's the amazing thing about this. I mean, it really is for any body shape, any size.
Yeah, because even it's not for bigger size or smaller size.
No,
it does really work.
And we get a lot. If you're a bit bigger, you might shy away from certain things. But that I think is very flattering.
Is that
for-
Empire line?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So it's just. Yeah, so just not. I mean, it's not right under the bust, but just a bit lower down. So it's high, obviously higher than your natural waist.
Yes, yes.
But it just makes for a more flattering look, I think. Overall.
And then the neckline is that nice V-neck as well.
Yeah, it's a nice finish, isn't it, to it? And the sleeves as well, because some people are a bit scared of sleeves, but these are. It's a very gentle curve because it's a drop. It's the sleeve. It's a drop shoulder.
Okay.
So you're not putting it in on the.
Oh, it's not going in on the armhole.
No, not where your natural sleeve would be. So it's a drop
So
arm
what's
sleeve.
the reason for that then?
Well, that's very flattering as well.
Right.
That's a very flattering look, and also it gives you a little bit more room as well for the arms. So you've got. There's a lot more room in there.
Right, because sometimes you have things and it's a bit
tight under your arm.
There's nothing worse, isn't it? And all day long you sort of keep pulling it down,
yeah,
don't you?
Yeah, but that's a really that's a really nice way of.
And does that make it easier to make?
Yeah, because you put the sleeve. And I'll show you. You put the sleeve in when the. When you've joined the front and the back by the shoulder seam, and you put it in on the flat.
Okay.
Which obviously makes it a lot easier. And if you haven't been dressmaking for very long, and sleeves are a bit of a concern, I think.
Yeah,
when you first start. When you first start, they're a little bit tricky to get in.
Yeah.
So with this way, you've got them in on the flat. You know you've got them, and then all you've got to do is join that seam up.
It is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
And how was the fabric to work with?
That's beautiful.
I'm asking for my own use.
It's beautiful fabric to work with. Really, really lovely. Very easy.
So we've got a question from Kirsty who says, does the enzyme wash linen need to be pre-washed?
No, because it's already been. I think you'll be fine. I think
that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that it's.
I think it'll be fine. If it wasn't, I would say most definitely.
But
give it a wash.
has been washed with special enzymes to make it soft.
Yeah.
So I'm interested because I really want to make that. So.
Yeah. And another great thing, pockets. Who doesn't love a
that's
pocket?
Gonna be but I always put things in.
Oh,
if I haven't got a pocket, I have to put one in.
I know. And the good thing nowadays is most women's wear, I think, have pockets. Even wedding dresses have pockets in.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh well, you'd know being a wedding dress.
So
extraordinaire maker.
I think it's great. We all need a pocket, don't we? Even if you're not going to put things in them, it's quite nice to put your hands in now and again.
Oh, I don't know. There's just something comforting about a pocket, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely.
And I always like to quite often make them out of something else as well.
Yes, it's quite nice to have a contrasting colour, isn't it?
Depends. Some garments won't do it, but some it's, when you see all these amazing fabrics, you think, oh, that's a lovely pocket.
Yeah.
Half of the stock of the pattern has gone.
Wow.
Whoa.
Not surprised.
Please don't buy them. Oh, that's right, I've got this one.
We're
never getting that one back in the envelope. I think I'm going to make it in the green. That's my favourite.
Yeah, that's my favourite.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's very... Well, it's great because you dress make for all sorts of people, don't you? Wedding dress and stuff. So do you help people with what colour would suit them for skin colours and things?
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of people... they've got an idea, but if they want to sit down with me and ask, then obviously, I'll go through it with them. And a lot of time, I think if you're going to a fabric shop, or anything like that, or you get these beautiful bundles home, drape it over your shoulder next to your neck and your face, your skin, and you can see how it looks up next to your face. Because that's always a good indication as to whether that colour suits your skin tone.
And if it doesn't, put it further down.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like you said, you can mix and match, can't you?
They would look,
which would be a lovely thing to do.
Those two would look lovely together, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and I think the softer pink and the grey look very nice together as well. I think those.
Oh yes,
those are lovely.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Would I put the?
Definitely.
Yeah, so Kat's going to have the top in the grey and the bottom in the pink.
Yeah.
And then you could put the sleeves in another colour, couldn't you? And, all sorts. They are gorgeous.
Possibilities are endless, really, aren't they?
Anyway, so where do we start?
So you were saying about the cutting the pattern pieces out and everything. What I tend to do, because this is such good quality paper that you can use over and over again, I cut it out to the size, the biggest size, and then I fold it back. I snip in. So when you going around an armhole or anywhere that's got a slight curve in it, I snip in to the size that I want, and then I fold it back along those lines, because then you can just chop and change. So if you're doing it for yourself or you're doing it for somebody else, then you can and you haven't cut anything off, you haven't lost anything. But you can only really do that with this because it's such good quality, thick paper. It can take being folded and pinned over and over again, which is when you've got a pattern, that's what you want, because you want to keep using it. You don't want to keep putting pins in it, it disintegrates. Yeah, you want to be able to keep using it over and over again.
And it's really nice quality as well, isn't it?
It is. It's very good. So once you've cut all your pieces out, now make sure that you put the notches in. So there's notches or little marks for the pleats. So there's 6 marks to put in for your pleats along your skirt.
Oh, it's lovely in that, isn't it?
Yes,
it is.
Crisp. It is. So I've pleated up the one side. So I don't know if you can see there, just very lightly. I've done it very, very, very lightly, but I can see it, so I know it. So I know it's there. So I've got the marks in. So on the pattern, there are, for different sizes, there's the different marks to place where to place your folds.
Okay, yeah, that's on the other one, I think. I don't open the other one. Can't
so
get this one back in.
This side I've done. So there's the pleats on that side. Bring it down. There you go. There's the pleats on that side. So you can see they just sit very nicely, just over the tummy area, where the biggest part really of your. And it just falls very nicely.
Well, it's quite nice that the flat section is in the middle as well, so you haven't got pleats there, because otherwise that could add too much, can't it?
Definitely. So I'm just going to pleat up this other section. So the pleats go away from the centre front, because that's just a more pleasing look, really. So I'm going to take that first fold. So there's three notches in one fold. So you've
that's all on the pattern.
Yeah. So you've got the first one that's obviously you're gonna fold that way, and then your second one there, which is where it's going to fold behind, and your third one, which is where the fold at the front ends up, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So I'm just going to put a couple of pins in there.
So is that a box pleat then?
Yes. Yeah.
Or is it because there's inverted ones, and I can never remember which way is.
Well, it's not. A box pleat is. So say you're going like that.
Oh, right. Yes. It's been a long time since.
So that's your I know. Well, I forget as well, even though I've been doing it for ages. It's that pleat.
It's one of those.
It's one of those.
But it gives you all the markings.
Oh, yes. Yeah. It's very easy to follow. Very easy. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to secure that just by running a stitch along my, where I've overlocked. Now, I overlock everything before I start, but that's because of my background. Because my background is in costume, that's what we did. Everything was cut out, and then you overlocked it all because it's handled so much.
Right. Okay.
And it's just sort of ingrained in me. So I don't even
Is that
stop
because they often,
to
like
think.
in costume making, they let things out for different people?
Yeah. Well, you always leave masses of seam allowance in a costume because it's gonna.
Yeah.
It's
that must make it quite hard to deal with.
It can be. Yeah.
So with this linen, would you need to finish the edges of this? Does it?
I
framey?
would finish the edges definitely. So if you haven't got an overlocker, the modern machines now usually have a really good edging.
Oh, okay, or
stitch,
a zigzag
or a zigzag, yeah. Or the good old pinking shears.
Yeah, I am. See, I'm a bit of a lazy dressmaker, to be fair. So I tend to use pinking shears.
Yeah, I mean they're they've been around for years for a reason.
I don't
they're
have
very
an overlocker.
good.
I don't know why. I just don't. So, and I hate
Yeah.
machine zigzag. It takes ages, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I always pinking
Yeah.
shears.
Well, that's it. Cut it out with your pinking shears, and you're away. You can just go away. So I'm going to put the pockets in now. So there is a mark, obviously, on your pattern where the top of your pocket goes. So just line those up. Now with this, you're going to do. So it's a centimetre seam allowance everywhere, unless otherwise stated. But it's a centimetre everywhere in this one. So you're going to do half of your seam allowance, which I'm gonna do it just on the edge of my overlocking. There's a reason for that, because then you're going to press it and then top stitch.
Right.
And then once you join it all together, you're then obviously taking the full centimetre. But I'll show you. It'll
make sense.
It'll make
Okay.
sense when I'm doing it. So let's just put these ones in.
We've got a message from Eileen. Good morning, ladies. I have a couple of Sussex Seamstress patterns. I've never made any clothing for myself before, but feel that I could make this. Fantastic.
Oh, that's good.
Give it a go. Why not? Always worth it. I'm with you on this, Eileen, and I've had a look at this dress very close up. I feel I could make this too. I want to, but now I've seen all these fabrics. Don't know which one to use actually. And a question from Sue. I'm a newbie to sewing clothes. What is a non-crease fabric to use for a blouse? What do you think, Rebecca? I'm going to ask Rebecca. She's the expert.
Well, probably you're probably looking at something a bit more man-made, a bit more synthetic.
So something we've got at 11 o'clock then.
What have you got in
Viscose.
Oh yes,
Something
there you
for
go.
this one. So when Rebecca's back at 11, we're doing the wrap skirt, which is all in viscose, and that really is. She'd forgotten that. She's like, "What are we doing at 11?"
like,
She's doing the wrap skirt.
Am I back at 11?
We talked about it. Mind you, it was 7 o'clock. We talked about that.
Yeah, it's a long
That
time
was hours ago, wasn't it? And we've got some lovely viscose fabrics that are perfect for you. But actually, this wrap skirt is the perfect beginners.
Oh yeah,
isn't it?
yes, absolutely, yeah.
And the fabrics that we've got, and again the pattern, because it's in a book, and those fabrics are separate, so you can use them for things, but a viscose doesn't crease.
That would be perfect.
For a blouse.
For a blouse, yeah, it would be. So I'm just going to press these pockets.
So you've sewn them on separately.
Yes, yeah. So you sew it all together in one sort of big foul swoop.
It's really lovely in there. It looked nice on you. Kat.
Very pretty.
So the fabric that we've got on the side there, that's the 3 metre bundle. That's big enough for a size 12. And if you want to make it in a bigger size, you'll need to buy it by the ½ metre, and then you'll need 4.5 metres. And it's all there on the website. But if you've got any questions, just message us. We'll answer them. We'll know most of the answers.
I'm just going to top stitch now. Which just keeps the pocket from flapping back as well. But
So
it's
do you
just
top
quite
stitch on the dress or the pocket?
on the pocket.
Oh, okay. So could you make the pocket in another fabric then? Will it be
Oh,
seam?
yeah.
Well,
Well,
I'm liking that idea
yeah,
in my
yeah.
new multi-tone dress that I'm fancying.
Yeah, definitely. And the you could also do the facing as well if you wanted to.
Oh yes. I'm getting quite adventurous now. Actually, Rebecca's a dressmaker, so maybe I should just say, all those lovely ideas you had.
Yeah. Shall I do them?
Should we just do some measurements
Yeah.
later?
Yeah, definitely.
You can make me one.
Put it all together. I would love to see actually those combinations. I'd love to see that made up.
Yeah, I'm going to have to make it. I don't know which one I put at the top and at the bottom. I think I'd have the green at the top, actually.
Right, so those,
That way.
there I've top stitched those pockets. Don't know if you could see that there. So it's just, it blends in really well. I mean, this is, you could use a contrasting
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
cotton if you want to. You could pick up this sort of pinky red.
So that keeps the pocket in?
Yeah, that keeps the pocket in where it needs to be. So I'm going to set the skirt to one side for a moment and concentrate on the bodice.
So you've done the pleats, you've sewn
I've
the
done the
pockets
pleats,
in.
put the pockets in. So we're just going to set that to one side. So that's my facing. So I've already attached the back and the front facing together there. So, and that's got your iron-on interfacing on there. That's the only part of this that you need, because obviously, you know, that needs a little bit of reinforcement. Yeah. So your front bodice, you've got these two bust darts here. And that's the only, that and the pleats is the only shaping really.
Okay.
That you've got. So they're only tiny little darts, just to give a little bit of shape. So I'll just stitch those in.
Question from Mrs. in Buckinghamshire. Morning, ladies. Could you mix the poplin you're working with the grey linen?
With different structures. I mean,
they are quite different weights. Let me just have a feel.
It's the stretch, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is a different structure as well, isn't it? I mean, I can see, you know, colour-wise, yes, you could. They'd look amazing. But the linen has a different structure to it. It drapes in a different way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think...
So, no.
Possibly not, I would say. Yeah.
Colour-wise, yes. But, great question. Give it a go. I probably wouldn't. Only because they are very different structure and they will hang differently as well. I think it's usually best to mix fabric of the same weights together.
Yeah.
Got a message off Jean. Good morning, Jean. Hi, Rebecca. Which one? Which one? I've just had to buy 2 bundles of the blue floral, making 6 metres as the fabric's not sold in the half metres. Yes. But it is available by the half metre. But it depends which one you've bought. Whether you've bought the blue linen. Oh, the blue floral. You don't, the thing is you don't need to buy the bundle. It's available by the half metre. So for £3.99, look, there's the code on the screen at the moment, FYLJ25. So that's the colourful one. That's this one. That's this one. Yeah. So if you want to buy 4.5 metres, then you need to buy 9 units. So what I would say is if you've done that, is phone the call centre, explain to them what you've done and tell them that you actually don't want those 2 bundles, but what you want is 9 units, 4.5 metres of the code that's on its own. The one that's on the screen at the moment is this one, the denim florals, but depends which one you've bought. But if you explain to them that whatever you've bought, you don't want the bundles, you want 4.5 metres, they'll be able to swap it over for you. Does that make sense? Anyway.
So I'm just attaching now the shoulder seams.
Right. Okay, so you do the darts.
Do your darts, give them a press, and then attach your shoulder seams. So I'm just going to check with my tape measure to make sure that I've got that, because this is my machine at home. You know exactly where to place your foot.
Yes,
to get
my machine, strangely enough, has metric measurements on it, so I nearly always sew in metric.
Yeah.
So if I have to sew in inches, I have to put a bit of masking tape on. Question from Glynis. Morning, girls. Oh, isn't that nice?
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, girls.
Thank you.
We are. Can this be made in heavier fabrics such as fine needle cord for wearing in the autumn with a t-shirt underneath?
Yeah, I could just be careful how thick you go, only because of the pleats.
So would a needle cord be
Yeah,
all right?
and that's quite a.
But not a jumbo elephant.
Yeah, but only because I think they would have the tendency to perhaps stick out a bit and
Right,
not,
no, that
and not
makes
lay
sense.
so flat. Which
So a
obviously
needle
you
cord
don't-
would be
a needle
fine,
cord
but
I think
no
would be
thicker.
fine. Yeah.
And a denim would be all right.
Yeah,
As long
yes,
as it
a
wasn't
nice.
your really super stiff denim.
Yeah.
But
You had a lovely one because I did a. What did I do? I did a Sussex Seamstress. It was a sort of like a bit like a pinafore, and that was in a lovely soft denim.
well, we had those
that
on the
you-
previous hour because we do denim by the half metre.
Yes.
It's only like $3.99 for a half metre. It's really nice. I've used it for making some bags recently. It's a lovely denim. It's quite soft, isn't it?
That would be perfect.
Yeah, so you
for
don't.
it.
I think, yeah, so no thicker than needle cord.
Yeah.
Because your pleats will be a bit chunky.
And also the sleeves, because they're because it's a drop shoulder. If it's any thicker, you might
Yeah, yeah, I
stand
see
out.
what
They
you
might, and
mean.
when you put your arms down, they might shoot up.
But I think it would. So we've only got 30 patterns left. And we did have loads and loads of them. I'm glad you love it. I love it. It's brilliant. I think it would look lovely with a long sleeve top. You could buy quite
Yeah.
a cheap, just cotton long sleeve top.
Well, it's
And it would look nice
it's
with that.
versatile, isn't it? Because it's a good summer dress, but it's also if you do that some nice thick tights.
Well, I think with
In the
this,
winter.
this is why I'm loving this linen, because
Yeah.
this is for summer, but I would wear this in the winter. I
Yeah.
quite often wear summer dresses in the winter, though, with long sleeve tops.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
it gives them a second lease. When
Yeah.
I'm thinking about putting my summer clothes away, I think, oh, no, that one. I'll wear that with a t-shirt.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Right, so what should we do first? Let's put the facing on. So that's your shoulder seams attached. So now we're going to put this facing on. So right sides together.
Oh, it's like a heart.
Yes.
Rosalind
Just-
says, can this be made shorter as a top? I wonder whether she means like a tunic. You know, like
Well, yeah, I don't see
like
why
what
not.
I'm wearing,
Yeah,
like a
yeah. So it's
tunic
about
top. You
sort
can't
of
say it. Mine doesn't look like this.
hip
Yes.
measurement. I don't see why not.
Yeah,
don't-
it wouldn't be a
don't-
top,
no.
but yes, a
I
tunic.
don't see why not at all.
Do it.
Yeah.
Won't need as much fabric either.
So I'm just
Oh, so you just pin your facing,
yeah,
your
I'm
heart. We've had so many messages today. Another message. Oh, yeah. Who says, is it say, yes, why, not sure why it says Sussex Seamstress Framfield dress paper, because it should say paper pattern. It is paper pattern. It is the paper pattern that I showed you when I unpacked it and couldn't fold it back up. It's not paper. That was a typo. It is a paper pattern in an envelope, a paper one. So Penelope is messaging about the app. If you're having problems with the app, we can't help you with that. You need to go onto the website or call the call centre, 0800 001 4433, and they will be able to help you there. We can't sort that one out here. Sorry. And Jill has asked, could you make the sleeves longer?
yes, absolutely. Just use your pattern flat. Let me find this.
This is a great dressmaking workshop. Anything else you want to know?
Sleeve.
While we've got Rebecca in the house,
Where is this?
how do you choose colours to match your skin tone? We've done that one. I'm liking that.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Right, we're going to cover sleeves first.
So there's your sleeve pattern. So you'll notice there's this little kick out here. That's
Yes.
because you've got a 5 centimetre seam allowance on those sleeves. So you turn up.
Oh, so is that for the hem?
Yeah, you turn up a centimetre and then 4 centimetres and give it a press. So what I would say to do is measure your arm. So depending on how far down you're going to go, So measure perhaps around just below your elbow, around that part there, if you're going to go as far as there. And then get yourself a ruler. Am I going way on? There you go. Can you see that?
Yeah.
And then follow that line all the way down.
So you don't want it straight, you want it continuing to...
Yeah, so follow that line down. But obviously as you've done that, make sure that you, the measurement, you keep measuring, because what you might have to do is go from the top there and kick out a little bit.
So it might be worth making it in something, the sleeve in something else.
Yeah, do it in something else, some spare, and just to make sure that you've got that fit properly. But yeah, that little kick out is really good, because you obviously,
and
that's
you
going
can
to
cut
be
the
folded
pattern. You
up.
could then redraw the pattern, couldn't you, and keep that kick out on the end for the hem.
That's right.
But just make sure. But I would make it in something else.
Yes.
Not your lovely linen.
Oh no, don't. Yeah, don't.
Just in case.
Don't cut it out in that first. Do it in. Yeah, definitely do it in something else, and make sure that it works.
And I guess if you'd made the dress first before the sleeve, you'd know where it, because it doesn't end on the shoulder, because it ends a bit further down, you'd know how long to make that sleeve, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. But it's, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, every pattern is adaptable.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like that.
No.
Right, we've only got about 10 minutes left.
Oh, crikey.
That's because we have really had a dressmaking masterclass this morning.
We need to...
So many questions, so nice.
Yeah.
Question from Maria. Good morning, ladies. Sorry, just turned on, so you may have already asked. Can you make it in jersey? Oh, we haven't been asked that, actually, Maria. What do you think, Rebecca?
Well...
She's the expert, so I'll ask her.
I don't see why not. I mean, obviously, it would fall very differently, because jersey is a completely different weight. So it would cling more.
Right.
Whereas the weights of these fabric is more of a drape. Jersey would fall over
it would be
every
different. Yeah. It wouldn't hang away from your body as much.
No, it wouldn't.
Unless you had a really thick jersey. There's
Yeah,
only 9
yeah,
patterns
depending on-
left. Only 9.
Oh,
So yes, so the answer, yes, you could, but remember, it will look slightly different.
Yeah, it's the drape.
The drape.
Yeah.
So the actual pattern, the construction would be fine in jersey.
Oh yes, yeah.
It's not like some things you really can't change the fabric for, but the drape will be different because it's clingier. So I guess if it was a thicker jersey, it'd be better than if it was a finer jersey.
Yes, go for a thicker one. Yeah, definitely.
Only 8 patterns left. And Rebecca will only be here for another 10 minutes for you get your questions in. She is coming back at 11, to be fair, but we'll remind her because she'd forgotten that.
No, I knew I was coming back, but it's, you know, when you said, I was like, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing at 11.
She will be back
no,
at
I'm
11.
here at 11.
So get your dressmaking questions in because she is an absolute expert.
I won't do this so I can get onto something else.
Okay.
So obviously clip in to all of that and turn it through, give it a really good press, and then top stitch. So if you turn it to the wrong side, top stitch down, and you'll get this lovely, you'll get a deep line.
That's quite nice because
going round.
Sometimes when you want it to stay in, but you don't want the stitching to show, but with that you do.
Yeah. And it keeps it inside.
But it gives it a nice detail, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it does. So your sleeves. So on your sleeve pattern, I'm saying always because I've never known a pattern that isn't like this, and it's pretty standard when you're making a pattern. So your notches, you have 2 notches for the back, 1 for the front, and that is usually, I think I'm right in saying it's pretty universal, that's what happens. So you always know, but also with your sleeve, you can see that there's a slight difference. So
yeah,
the
it's
front,
not symmetrical, is it?
It's a shallower curve. and the back is a deeper curve. So, but obviously, you know, make sure you put your notches into so you know.
Yeah,
you don't get
That's
slipped
what they
up
do
by
on the
that.
sewing bee, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, you put your
Always.
I mean,
They always do, don't they? Go, oh my God, I've put my sleeve in the wrong way.
yeah. Well, we know we've all done it.
Oh, I've
done
put
it.
things in the wrong way like twice as well. Unpicked
Oh yeah,
it, and then done it again.
yeah. Unpicked it and then yes, definitely.
That's very annoying.
It is very annoying.
The pattern is now sold out.
Oh wow.
Well done if you got it. Hooray! You are a
Well,
winner.
You won't be disappointed.
You really won't be disappointed. No. And the main graphic there at the moment is the fabric that Rebecca is working with. That's the 3 metre bundle, which will make up to a size 12. If you want to make bigger, you need 4.5 metres, and then you need to buy it by the ½ metre. And the code for that is just about to come on the screen. So you pin them in the right way round.
Yeah, so you pin it right round. So don't you leave the seam, the hem, leave that, because you're gonna do that once you've sewn down the inside. So leave that, you know, don't do that first. So yeah, so that's that pinned in. So for speed, what I will do, you then join your side seams together on your bodice, and you.
It's really nice, isn't it? It's quite simple that you've only got one piece for the front and the back.
Yeah.
You know, you haven't got all these different bits to
No,
put
that's
together.
it.
And that the seams, and also that the sleeves come in one seam. So you haven't got to set sleeves in.
No. Oh, it does. It just makes it. It's a
hate doing
very
that.
gentle. This is a very gentle curve for the sleeve, so it's not frightening at all. Not in the least.
Well, setting sleeves in is fiddly.
It is, and it's something over time. You know, that you master.
Yes,
definitely.
So this is a really good. Well, I mean, not a complete beginner to sewing ever, but if you've used your sewing machine before and you want to move up to making a dress.
Yeah. No, it's doable in a couple of hours a day. You can, you know, and at the end of it, you've got something to wear, which is lovely.
Beautiful.
So you sew round that curve in the armhole, then you can fold your sleeve back and stitch that round, that hem round.
Oh, so that kind of echoes the facing at the top.
Yeah. And then we're going to, so your 2 dress skirt pieces. So this is your pocket. So you just pin those down there. So this your centimetre seam allowance.
Oh, so you've used all this pockets that you've already put in.
Yeah, and then you just go round the pocket. So it's a continuous line of sewing. So you're gonna start from the top, obviously here, stitch down, go round your pocket bag. Let me move that out of the way. It's a bit difficult to see when it patterns on top of pattern, isn't it? Go round your pocket bag, and then down your side seam. Let's see if pin that in. And the pockets sit really lovely and flat. I mean, you can't really see.
No,
you can't really
I didn't
tell.
realise, and I'd helped you put that on the model word, and we were adjusting it. And I didn't even notice that were pockets.
Yeah, you can't see them at all. So, just lost me tape measure.
Yeah, and with your print as well, even less.
Yeah. So then when you've stitched down there, decide which one's the front and which skirt's the back. Press your seam allowance, and then
if you sew that,
your pocket.
I can go through the bundles, and then you can.
Okay, yeah, let's sew it up.
It'd be nice to see it.
Yeah.
So I'll just go back through the bundles, and then we can see at the end.
Okay.
So the bundles that Rebecca's been working with is this floral print one, and that's a 3 metre piece of fabric, which is enough, remember, to make a size 12 because it is narrower fabric than the linen. But this is enough to make a size 12. So you need, look at that, beautiful, isn't it? beautiful colour. So if you want this one up to size 12, you need to buy this bundle. If you are more than a size 12, you will need to buy it by the half metre, and you'll need 4.5 metres. But you will have to put a seam down the centre of the front and the centre of the back, because the skirt on the larger than a size 12 is bigger than the width of the fabric. So just to warn you, you will need to do that. It's fairly simple to do. You just need to cut out the pattern in half and then join them together. Don't forget to have the seam allowance, but you will need more than that if you are making bigger than a size 12. And you will have, remember, you will have a seam in the centre of the front and the back, which is fine. Because lots of dresses have seams in the centre, front and back. It's not strange, but just so you know. This is our Ether floral. This is really pretty. $22.99 for the 3 metre bundle, which is up to the size 12. Features some lovely sort of tangerine and lilac and like a pale mustardy yellow print. Really pretty. And then if you want to buy this by the half metre, you'll need 4.5 metres to make bigger than a size 12. $3.99 per half metre, and that's the code that you need there. We've also got it in this lovely navy print, navy floral print. Again, these are cotton poplins, so they have a finish to them which makes them very soft, and it gives them a very, very, not shiny, but a very slight sheen. And that's a 3 metre bundles, beautiful Rose and Hubble poplin fabric. Okay. And then by the half metre, sorry for this one, there's the code there, that's $3.99 for half a metre, floors on navy cotton poplin, you will need 4.5 metres. And then finally for the cotton poplin is this gorgeous print, which is like a chambray in the background and then a navy floral print on top. Very, very classic. Perfect summer or winter. If you wore this in the winter, that would be fine, just put a long sleeve top underneath. And this is the code by the half metre. If you want to buy more, you'll need 4.5 metres for more than the size 12. Then the linens. This is the linen. Now this 3 metre bundle, because it's wider, is enough for any size from an 8 to a 30. This is beautiful enzyme wash linen. So it's very, very soft because the enzymes treat the linen and make it softer. Beautiful. Like a dark chambray blue. Gorgeous. That's the dress that is behind Rebecca that you've been watching. Then there's this gorgeous chartreuse. This is my favourite colour, which is like a lichen. It's very earthy. It feels very neutral. And the thing is with these neutral, natural colours, when they sort of feel like they've come from nature, they go with more things. So this teams beautifully with navy. So, you know, when you've got navy long sleeve top, nice navy thick tights in the winter, wear it in the summer. The next one is the one that's called lavender, but it is, I would call this, it's more of a vintage antique rose. Lavender is much purplier than this. This is a very dusky pink, but a deep dusky pink, so you're not like mad pink. But it is like a vintage rose. Gorgeous. And then finally is the grey, which is a really soft, it's the sort of thing they call pigeon grey. Probably shouldn't say that because I know how many people out you when we did our bird of the month don't like pigeons. But it is that colour of grey. It's very soft. And you can see when I put those two together, it sometimes helps to see what a colour is like when you put another colour next to it. And then finally is the lime check. This is lovely. This one's $7.99 for half a metre. Yeah, so this for 3 metres, that's an amazing. So you're getting 6 units. Yeah, so this should be £48. So you're saving £12.95 and it's beautiful. There's only 5 of these left. So, I mean, obviously this is perfect for that dress. But if you want 3 metres of beautiful linen, lime and white gingham check, very, very cheap, and affordable, not to say cheap. Cheap as in, cheaper than it should be. But fantastic value for money. It's beautiful. It's lighter weight than the other linen, but it is really lovely. And there's only 4 of this bundle left. Well, I'm not surprised. £35. We are going to, with the pattern on its own is sold out, we are going to try and get some more. And as soon as we do, we will let you know, because you obviously love it. So we've got a couple of minutes left. How are you getting on? I bet you've sewn that, haven't you?
Yes. So there you go. That's pressed. So you can see that it just kind of disappears.
Yes,
that's gorgeous. Into the seam.
So if you did make it in another colour, you'd never see it.
Yeah. So all I've done, if I turn it round this way as
Yeah.
well, so you can see. So all I've done is
Fab.
I've pressed that seam open. Just
And what's great as well, you've now got a pocket pattern. So if you want to add a pocket to something else.
Yes, yeah. And it's great because it's not a silly little pocket. It's
you can
a
actually
nice,
get your hands in.
Yes. You can get your
Proper.
hands in there, but it's just, yeah. I mean, it's a lovely, it's just a nice classic pocket.
That's been brilliant. Well, thank you so much for showing us.
That's all right.
Really well how to do it, but not only that, answering everybody's questions as well.
Fine.
So Rebecca will be back with us at 11 to do Debbie Shaw's wrap skirt, which is perfect for beginners. We've got a lovely, lovely choice. It's in behind me actually. There it is. We've got a lovely choice of fabrics to make this in. That's just one of them. And Rebecca's going to show you right from the beginning to the end, because it really is a beginner's skirt. So any questions you've got, because she is a real professional dressmaker, please do message us in and she will try to answer them. Well, try to fit in as many as she can. Anyway, so we will see you back here in an hour.
Thank you very much.
After the break, I will be back with you for my favourite tools. How lucky am I? I just got to choose my favourites. But, you know, it's lovely. I do a lot of sewing and all different sorts, so I've chosen all my favourite tools. So I will be back with you in just a couple of minutes to show them to you.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Sewing has been part of the Great British heritage for thousands of years, starting with hand sewing with English paper piecing and then progressing to machines to give us high-end British tailoring. We are proud to be a nation of sewists. So to commemorate this, Sewing Street is holding Great British Sewing Week. Tune in from Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of July for celebrations of all things British. We have the traditional prints from Liberty and William Morris, as well as makes from our talented guest designers. Keep a lookout for some special giveaways and some new and familiar faces. Join us from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of July on Freeview 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello and welcome back to Sewing Street. Now I've got a very exciting announcement for you. We are giving anyone who shops with us from this morning, from 8 o'clock this morning, all the way through to Sunday, a present for free. And very exciting, it is a brand new, designed exclusively by us and for us, tote bag panel. So on the panel, this is fantastic. I love this. You've got Sewing Street, there's your bag front, and bag back, yarn lane. So there's the tote bag and tote front. You've got the two handles, one of them in yarn lane colours and one of them in Sewing Street colours. And you've got little labels so that you can put your name on it, and you've got instructions. And I wrote the instructions, so let's hope they work. So you've got everything you need to make your very own Sewing Street yarn lane tote bag. Use it for your shopping, take it to the Festival of Quilts, put your latest project in it. Everything is on here. So you've got the straps, the tote bag and the tote front. Anyway, anyone who shops and checks out all this with us, and this is to celebrate our Great British Sewing Week, anytime all week will receive one of these panels. So you can make your whole tote bag, but you know what? You don't have to make a tote bag. Be inspired, make something else with it. You can make a couple of cushions, couldn't you? You can make all sorts of things. Anything you want. But this will be yours for anyone who checks out, totally free of charge, and will be dispatched to you with your order. I love that. Gorgeous, isn't it? Free to celebrate Great British Sewing Week and to thank you, our customers from Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, for being with us and joining with us all this time and supporting us and sending in your lovely messages, and all the fans on the Facebook page who interact with us. But we would love to see, we're going to the Festival of Quilts. If you're going to the Festival of Quilts, bring yours with you. We would love to see it. We want you to take photos of you wearing it, carrying it with all your supplies in, take photos of them in other places, put them on the fan page, send them to us. We want to see what you do with your tote bag panel, or if you make it into something else, you don't have to. I mean, the instructions I've written are for how to make it into a tote bag, but you can do whatever you like with it. And it's lovely as well. It's a nice tote bag because I've designed it so that the straps are nice wide ones, and they overlap the front of the tote bag with quite a nice deep hem, because I didn't want a flimsy hem. So it's got quite a nice deep 1.5 inch hem, and then the straps go on top of it. So this is, well, how fab is that? Fab! Brand new tote bag, free to free customer this week to celebrate Great British Sewing Week. Anytime between now and Sunday, if you shop with us, you will receive this gorgeous panel. But if you shop today, just today, because you've got with the chance of winning, we have got three prizes in one. So the first prize is this lovely panel, the Queen's birthday panel, because it's Great British Sewing Week. They've got 4 fat quarters. One of them has got the spot with the corgis. One of them is blue with the crown and the orb. And then the other 2, the orb. It's the sceptre and the orb, isn't it? And the sceptre's the long thing and the orb is the round thing. I don't know where I've learned that. This fat quarters, red and white spot with HRH 95 2021 to celebrate her 95th birthday. And then this is all the little images with the soldiers and Buckingham Palace and the corgis and the crown and 95. So that is 4 fat quarters, only they're bigger than normal fat quarters because they're 50 by 70 centimetres. So these are super fat quarters. On top of that, you get this fantastic Creative Grids stripology ruler, and you get the stand to hold that ruler and all of your other rulers. I'll show you how they work. See, put them in there. All you have to do is shop with us today. So if you shop with us today, you will be sent the tote bag panel and you will be put in the prize draw to win this, and the winner will be announced tomorrow. What an amazing prize. Right, that's prizes and freebies. Now, this is great. So these are my favourites. And what's great was that I was allowed to choose whatever I wanted, so I didn't just have to stick to tools. I gave Kat a whole list of all the things I love, and she put everything on it. Everything. So I'm not sure we're going to get with it. But anyway, calico was first on my list because I always have calico in stock. Now, because it's extremely inexpensive. I'm not allowed to say cheap. Inexpensive. I didn't say cheap. It's extremely inexpensive. It's £2.49 for half a metre. And it's wide. Look, it's 150. Is it 150? Must be, because I think that's what my arms are. 150. So I use it for loads of things. I use it when I'm testing. Sorry, 137. My arms are longer than I thought. 137 wide. I use it for when I'm testing patterns and things like that. So if I want to make something and have a go, like we were talking to Rebecca earlier about making a longer sleeve, I wouldn't be using my enzyme wash linen. I'd be using this because it is less expensive. So I use it for that, but I also use it a lot because I like the fact it's natural and it's got all these little seeds in it. I use it a lot for little things like little tote bags and zip purses. I use it for the lining of things. It's really good for using for things like toys, for faces and hands and arms. And it looks beautiful mixed with tiny ditzy floral prints. I love doing EPP, and I quite often mix calico hexes with print hexes. It's just one of those fabrics. I've usually got a stash of 3 or 4 metres of it, and I use it a lot, and then I have to buy more. But at £2.49 for half a metre, it really is worth having a couple of metres with you at all times because it goes with everything. I made, I was doing Bird of the Month for August, and I was trying to work out, it had lots of different colours in it, which one goes with it, and then I found my calico and thought, of course, calico goes with everything. It's a bit like denim goes with everything. Always have denim and always have calico. So that's why calico is in my favourites, and it's also only £2.49. But if you want more than half a metre, remember it is cut to order. You don't have to have it in half metre pieces. So if you are a dressmaker and want to use it for your toiles, you'll need more than that. If you just want a little half a metre thing, you can just have that. But I always keep 2 or 3 metres in my stash. And we've been waiting to get it back in stock. Can I just go whichever order I want? Right, so my next favourite thing is the wool pressing mat. Now, I heard a lot, these come in 2 sizes. I used to hear a lot about wool pressing mats and didn't know what the fuss was. So the reason I love this is because it's something that I have found recently, as in the last 12 months, and I absolutely love it. So I'm going to take it out. Is that all right? Of its bag. Oh, can I cut it? I'll have to cut it. These are not dressmaking shears. Well, they are actually, but don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone that I've used dressmaking scissors. I didn't really. Right, so these are fantastic. They're called wool pressing mats because that is what they're for. They are for pressing. Now, when you're pressing seams, particularly if you're doing something like patchwork, where you've only got a 1/4 inch seam and you really need to get it pressed flat, or you're doing a thicker fabric, or you've got like a fat 1/4. Oh, look, I've still got one here, so I'll nick that. That's got creases in it. There's something about a wool pressing mat that is amazing, yes. That the heat, when you go through the iron, the heat goes into the wool and comes back up again, so you get a better press. So look, you see those creases? And luckily the iron is on. And you go through, particularly with steam pressing, look at that, look. No creases. Now normally with a cotton fabric you've got to do that a few times and then the heat can, now I always keep this on my ironing board. The other thing is when you start using steam with it, it has that beautiful wool smell, which sounds like you know, like that wet sheep smell. That sounds horrible, doesn't it? But the smell of wool is beautiful. But so for general pressing, and if you want to press a 1/4 inch seam open, and maybe you're doing patchwork and you've got several layers where seams are meeting, it is fantastic. It works really well with steam. The only thing you do have to be careful with is if you're using steam is make sure you put it on an ironing board near the surface, because it will get slightly hot and damp through. I mean, it soon dries. But also, I'll tell you what they're brilliant for, I've discovered, because I keep it on my ironing board all the time, because I've got the bigger one like this. I use it just for pinning, so maybe I need to pin a zip into place and hold it. You can pin into it. Now I always pin into my ironing board because I use my ironing board as a work surface, but the wool pressing mat, even better than that. But I heard a lot of Facebook chat about these and thought, oh, I don't know. And I think I put a message onto the Sewing Street fans a while ago and said, do these actually work? And everyone goes, yes, you need to try it, you need to try it. And I bought one, and they honestly do. So we have them in 2 different sizes. So I have the biggest size because I like to use mine. I put mine on my ironing board and I use it all the time. And honestly, it's one of those new inventions to me that I now could not be without. So the larger size is £52.99, and honestly, it just is brilliant. You can also use it, put it next to your sewing machine if you want another pressing mat. So if you don't want to use your ironing board, you can just put it next to your machine and use it as a little pressing mat. We've also got it in the smaller size, which is this one here. This was 8.5 by 8.5 inches. Now there are wool pressing mats and there are wool pressing mats, and you can buy them in different thicknesses and different qualities. This is a really good, they need to be this thickness. This is a good quality one. So when I asked for advice about buying mine, I made sure I bought one of these because these are a good quality and they are thicker, so they work better. So just bear that in mind when you're looking around. So this is the smaller one. This is perfect for your little bits of piecing because you can pin out on it. It just, honestly, it makes such a difference to your pressing. And you know it must be great because it's in my special selection of lovely things that I love. Put it back in its bag. But it will make a big, if you do a lot of piecing, you will be glad you've got one of those. Now, the next thing, the mini iron. I love this. The first time I saw it, I thought, oh, that's so sweet, but what on earth would I do with it? But now I know. So it is an iron. I'm going to plug it in and show you. Which one I unplug? Make sure I don't unplug the wrong thing, like all the electrics. Sorry, I haven't really disappeared. I'm back. Hey. So this is just a tiny little iron. Now, when you look at it's a clover, so you know it's good quality. When you look, that's to hold it up. When you look at the instructions, it tells you all about how that you can use it for bias binding. There's lots and lots of different things that you can do with it. I use mine for EPP. So when you want to just turn the edges of hexagons over and you just want tiny little press. But then I've started using it for loads of other things as well. So when you just want to press just into a tiny seam, maybe, you know, when you've got like a tube of fabric, like you're doing a handle or a strap, and you want to press the seam flat and you cannot get your iron in, you can get this iron right inside a strap, and it's a brilliant iron. It's really hot. It's, well, it would be if I'd actually turned it on, but it is really, there we go, helps if you turn it on. It gets really hot and you can get right in there. Now, you can also buy other tips with it, so which we have got. This is the standard tip. Now, you can also use it if you're making your own bias binding with a bias binding maker. You can use it maybe if you're pressing small pieces of a bonder web, applique pieces. It's brilliant for things like that. It has a little holder, which is a flower that you can hold it up with. You can buy, it does come with a standard tip, but it does come with other tips, which this is the large one. So it is worth, depending on what you're going to use it with, it is worth having different size tips, different things. This is the standard one. So I use it for pressing seams open when I'm inside a little tube, or the edges of sleeves, or tiny little curves on things. And I also use it for the bonder web. But you can just hold something flat with it. It's just the sort of the thing that your own iron won't do. Where's the other tips? Are they all under? Oh, I've got to find them now. Maybe they're on the other side. Oh, there they are. So it does come with other tips. So you've got, the larger one. So if you want to use it for larger pieces, I mean, start off, obviously you need the iron to start with, but if you think, because, that's a nice size, but if you want a slightly larger tip, $10.99. You can also buy the slimline tip, which is really narrow. Now, this is ideal. Actually, this is exactly what I would use it for. Is, look, pressing open tiny seams. So this is really good, I say, for bag handles and straps when you want to press them open, because it will go inside it. But if you've got tiny little things, maybe you do doll making, maybe you do smaller straps and loops, if you're doing dressmaking, but this is just a tiny one. You can get right inside, and you all know, don't you, that the more that you press, the neater everything is. So when I sew a seam, I press it flat and then I press it open. And the more pressing you do, better. So things like tiny little ruler lip spaghetti straps, it's ideal for. So that will fit on there, and it's quite simple. All you need is a screwdriver, which comes with the iron. And that opens that up. And then the final tip is the ball. So when you want to press something and you want to get it into a circular shelf, you want to get right inside things. I mean, you'll see, this depends on the sort of things that you're doing, you use yours for, is what tip you use. But this is perfect for getting right inside those little circular things. It's when you've got one of these, it's one of those things that you think, I don't know what I did before. When it says you have to finger press this because you can't press it open, that's what you use this for. Here's a price comparison for you. In John Lewis, £54.50, and that's just the iron with the standard tip. And ours has disappeared, $39.99. So maybe, when you do bags and you do the box corners and you need to press the box corner open to get that really nice crisp thing, but you can't press it open because it's too fiddly, that's when you use a mini iron. It's one of those things that when you've got, you think, oh, this is fantastic. But you ask, I always ask people what they think about them. But if you've got a birthday or a special occasion or something coming up and everyone goes, oh, I never know what to buy you, say, I would like one of these. And then, obviously it comes with a standard head, but you'll find that there's probably one of these others that suits you perfectly, and it's worth getting the other one as well. I love that. I'm going to unplug it so I don't burn myself. I'll just put it there out of the way. Oh, actually it gets quite hot. Be careful. Right. Next, the friction pens. Now, if you watch on a Monday, I'm always whittering on about friction pens. I love heat erasable pens because always test them on fabric. Please do always test them on fabric first. But I've never found a fabric they haven't come out of, but please don't trust me. Just test them first. These are brand new in. Clicker tops. And do you know what? I haven't got, can I just say, I haven't got clicker top ones. Oh, it's a shame the packaging's been opened. So these are exactly the same. Oh, do you know? Oh, wow. These are the same as the normal friction pens, but I constantly, I mean constantly, leave the top off, falls on the floor. In fact, I rescued one from the dog yesterday. And if you leave the top off for too long, they dry out. But not anymore. Is it clicking? Oh, what am I doing? I'm doing something wrong. It's so simple to use that I can't work it out. How does that work then? You obviously have to click it somehow. Well, that's ridiculous. I can't work that out, isn't it? Give me one moment. Anyway, that can't be that difficult. Click right. Oh! Really dim. So you see that bit that you normally use to hang on your shirt? You press that down. I was trying to press that bit down, but you don't. Yeah, that's the rubber. So you press that bit down, and then you write on. You put your name on. And then look, you can, because I'm always trying to loop, I always forget to put the lids on, so this is brilliant. But I use these for everything. I use them for marking seam allowances, for marking hems, for putting little dots. Then all you have to do, look at this. Look at that. Gone. Brand new in. I tell you what, these have been invented for me because I always lose the lids. So you get all four for £10.99. So if it says, you know when you get something and it says, turn the edge over by 1 centimetre, 1 centimetre again, you can mark those edges on your fabric and turn it over. I use it for marking where I'm going to start, where I'm going to finish all the time. It's really nice to have the 4 colours because then you use them for different colours of fabric because some show up better than others. But having them as a clicker, that's so funny. The rubber, you can actually erase them. So if I write on here, you can use the rubber end because by putting the friction, that creates heat, and the heat is what removes it. Now, these are normally £3.99 each. They're a really nice fine end. I've got some at home that are finer than this, and they're not very good because they're too scratchy for fabric. So the really super fine ones, they're probably better. They're not great for fabric, but these really are. And you save in £4. Honestly, it makes such a difference being able to mark your fabric with these. And it does come, I mean, always test it. But if it gets too cold, it will come back again. So if you really need those marks back, put them in the freezer and they'll come back. Just be careful with them, obviously, because when they have heat, the marks disappear. So they are brilliant for embroidery because you can trace all your embroidery onto the fabric, embroider on it and get rid of it all. But don't do what I do. Don't do a whole embroidery transfer and then press the fabric. But what's lovely is, say, like with the black, if you want to, trace a design onto some fabric and you want it really dark so you can really see, you can even write notes to yourself, and say, right, this is the blue flower. When it's all gone, even if you haven't covered the stitching, once you finish stitching, then it goes. I mean, they are honestly brilliant. They are extremely inexpensive little gadgets, but I tell you what, these clicker ones, that's so funny, I couldn't work out to use them. £10.99, and I like the way it's in this nice little pack as well. In this little plastic case, lovely. And we've got other brand new friction pens as well. Am I allowed to open these? Oh, go on then. Ooh, pack of 6. These, right, I tell you what, these are brilliant. So these are almost like highlighters. Yeah, they're friction. I'm sure they're removed. Yeah, so look, you can do a thick line or you can do a fine line. Here comes my Clover mini iron. Look at that. An erasable. And I tell you what, these are great for darker fabrics. These are great for darker fabrics. The iron is turned off. So she's asking about not having an iron mat, but it still works because it's still a bit warm. erasable highlighters. So obviously you don't have to use them for fabric. You could use them if you were making notes on something on paper, and you could just erase them afterwards. So they don't have to be used for fabric. So say you were wanting to highlight a piece of paper or a book or something, you didn't want it to stay there forever. Do you know what you can do instead of using an iron? If you do that, you can use your hairdryer. So if you were highlighting your textbook and then you didn't want it to be seen, just run your hairdryer over it, it disappears. But what I would use these for is they will be brilliant for darker fabrics, because although the friction pens come in loads of colours, they don't, I always think, why don't they come in white so I can use them for darker fabric? But because these are fluorescent, that yellow, how much are these? No. How can that be? £8.99 for 6. Should we do one of each colour? So as you can see, the yellow doesn't show up on very well there. Oh look, leaving my lids off. And this is why, you know, why I lose my lids. And the dog eats them. I do like the way, because look, it's not just that, it's that as well. So you can choose. It doesn't have to be thick, like it could be whatever you like. I think that's amazing. That's amazing. And so if I choose a dark fabric, such as this one I have here, look, oh, that is brilliant. The fact that I can write in yellow on that. And before, none of the friction pens work with the really dark fabrics. Can you get really in? I've only got that little bit. I've had a bit of dark, and then they're heat erasable. Obviously, I will say, please do test on your fabric before. However, from my experience, I have never found it doesn't come off. I know, but you see, if you do it really fast, it doesn't matter. I'm getting told off for not using an ironing mat. But look, it's fine, didn't even go through. If you do it fast. There we go. They are absolutely brilliant. If you know and love friction pens as much as I do, you will think these are fantastic. If you do, I mean, it's amazing. Erasable fluorescent pens. So you can highlight a whole book and then just put your hairdryer over it and it'll disappear. But you can, the end of it, because it's done with friction, you can actually rub it out with the end. Just brand new, and I love both of them. Yeah. You could just highlight things. Yep, highlight borrowed books. But do test it first. Make sure it goes. But it does, look, it's gone off mine. I absolutely love both of these. This is the problem, you see. I actually now really want these. All right with the calico. I'm not fussed about the calico because I've already got some of that. Yeah, this one. Oh, I love this. Love this notebook. Well, one of my favourite things is a notebook, because you know how you forget and you think you're going to remember. You make something, so maybe a dress pattern, and you think, actually, do you know what? The length from the waist to the hem is 37 centimetres. You think you remember it, you never do. I always have a notebook and I write notes of all that sort of thing. Or if I've made maybe a box bottom for a tote bag, what's the ideal width? All of those sort of things for sewing. I know all of you are the same, that you all have all these little things that you need to remember and what to do. And so I always have a notebook, but I saw that we sold this notebook. Let me take the label off. And this is just lovely. So this is a perfect gift for yourself because it's a Simplicity vintage pattern. And I just love the way they always used to do them. The ladies always had very pointy feet. And always stood to one side like this, didn't they? Always stood to one side with very pointy feet. Isn't that gorgeous? So, and on the back of there, you can see all the dress patterns. So this is perfect for you to keep all your stitching notes in. I love it. And I've always got one on the go. And I flick back through because I forget things. But also, what a lovely gift for somebody. It's all lined. And look, the pages... I mean, you can have it for anything. You can put whatever you like in it. I've always got a book on my desk beside me that I write different things in, and at least it's there forever. But each page has got one of these vintage fashion plates. So I just think for £9.99, it's a special book that you can have for yourself to keep notes of everything that you make and you sew, or you put whatever you like, phone numbers, whatever you want. But it's a lovely gift for somebody as well. I just like the styling of it because I really love the whole vintage dress pattern. And I think you should have pretty things in your sewing room. I like pretty things in mine. Where is, oh, there it is. And I chose this because I really like the tin, because it matches. It's like going this is like going shopping. So there's the tin. Again, it's got the Simplicity vintage patterns. It's even got the pattern numbers on it. And it's just a little tin. But it's magnetic. So if you look right in the bottom, it's got a magnet in it, so that you can chuck your pins in and they'll stay. Should we give it a little test? A little test. See, look. So keep your pins in it. And then, in theory, if you do what I do regularly, because I have my pin box is exactly the same as this, although it's not hinged, so the lid comes off separately. And it sits on my ironing board, and I regularly hit it off. But, well, but look, I guess if you've got loads in, but a lot of them will stay. But what you can do is then when you come to clear up all the pins you've dropped, you can just run it across them all and it'll pick them up. Only £3.99, just a little thing, but a lovely thing, and a really nice gift for you or for someone else. So if you've already bought something with us today and you think, oh, I just want a little treat. Or if you haven't bought something with us today, £3.99, and then you'll get that tote bag panel for free. And you'll get entered into the prize draw, and you'll have a beautiful tin. I like that. Right, next the mug. These are all the lovely things. I can't get them all back in then. Love the mug. Now, I have one of these on my sewing table, which I actually don't use as a mug, but I keep all my friction pens in it, because I have quite a lot. Well, I keep all my marking pens in it. So I've got friction pens, and I've got chalk pens, and I've got permanent marker pens, but all different sorts of fabric pens, and I keep them all in this mug. But obviously it isn't just for that, you can use it for drinking from too. So isn't it lovely? It's got a tape measure handle. There we go. And then you've got all sewing notions all the way around. It's a nice size mug though. There's only 5 of these left. Lovely gift, in particular because it comes in this box. So if you want to buy it as a gift for someone, that's just a really nice gift. Roll up a little fat quarter and put it inside. How much would they like that? That's a nice thing. Hand sewing needles. Where are my hand sewing needles? I've got to find them. There's so many things here. Because I chose quite a lot. There are those needles. I'm looking for the other needles. They might be underneath something. Yeah, I found them. So I chose the milliner's needles as my favourite needles because they're very overlooked, because people think, what is a milliner's straw needle? Yeah, these are on my, yeah, if you watched last Monday with me and Wendy Orlando, we had our Desert Island sewing box. Milliner's needles are my current favourite needles. So they're a bit overlooked because you think, well, I don't make hats or sew straw. However, they are really good for all sorts of sewing. They are brilliant for EPP because they're that little bit longer. The eye isn't too tiddly-widdly that you can't thread it. And they're not as thick as like Sharps or Crewel's needles, so they go through things better. And that extra length, I always used to think when you do very fine hand sewing to use a really short needle, but actually I find that a milliner's needle works better. So I use them for all sorts of things, and they are my favourite go-to. I mean, you should use the right needle for the job, and I'm always say that. But as a standard needle, the Sharps needle that everyone thinks is the standard needle, I would use a milliner's one instead. So that's those. My other favourite needles, well, I don't use them all the time, but are absolutely invaluable, are doll needles. Now, I don't make dolls, so I don't use them for that. I use them because they're very long. So when you want to sew something through something, so maybe like if you're making a cushion and you know you want to sew a button on through from one side, and there's a lot of things where a normal needle just isn't long enough. You don't often need a needle as long as this. However, the longer that it is, just the easier it is to get through. You know, when you start having to use pliers, I mean, I've done it before where I'm trying to sew, even if you're making soft toys and you're trying to sew some eyes on, and you have to press the fabric down on the filling really hard and try and grab the end of the needle with a pair of pliers. So I use my doll needles all the time, but not for making dolls, for all sorts of things where you just need, We've been trying to get these in for ages and ages because they are so useful for lots of things. They're just one of those things, you know, only £1.49, but make a massive difference for when you really need them. So worth having. They all sit in the top of my sewing box. These things are in my sewing box based on priority. The big dressmaking scissors, where have they gone? Yes, so scissors massively important. I have various scissors. In fact, I've got, which is what I couldn't find, was the circular scissor rack thing, because I have one of those, the revolving scissor rack, and I've got one of those on my sewing table, and it's full, and fits quite a lot of scissors. These are really nice. So these are side bent dressmaking scissors. So these are really useful for when you're cutting and you want, you know, when you're cutting quite curvy patterns, because you keep them flat on the table. That's why they're side bent. See? So they're perfect, and they are really, really sharp. But they're quite nice to hold as well. And I think when you're holding scissors like this, they've got a nice big handle. So these are actually shears, because when you have a big handle and a little handle, they're called shears. But they've got a really sharp edge, and they're perfect. They're better, I wouldn't say better, I personally find these are better for cutting than the straight scissors. This pair, now I've chosen this pair because they're micro serrated. So this pair does the same thing, however, they're micro serrated. So they're not pinking shears. They just have a very slight serration that doesn't actually show up on the fabric. But if you're cutting, let's say, a slippery fabric like a satin, a stretchy fabric like a jersey, or a really fine fabric like a voile, where you need a little bit more grip, on the edges of the blades, and you can't even see them, is a very micro serration, which means that they grip the fabric better. So for anything, I mean, you can cut normal, you can use them for all sorts of fabrics. You can cut normal cotton as well. But if you're working with fabrics that are stretchy, slippery, fine, then these micro serration really makes a difference, because they grip the fabric and you get a better cut. And then we have little scissors, because little scissors are very important and much better for using them. Now, we do all sorts of little scissors, but I love these because they've got a slight curve. Only very slight. Not like, they're not toenail scissors. They're not for that. Do not cut your toenails with these. They have a slight curve. So these are perfect. I always keep a pair of these by my sewing machine. If you need to cut off threads very close, that slight curve helps. It also means, because it's curved, you can keep the fabric, you can keep things flat on the fabric. The extra little curve means you can get right in to snip things. Can you see? There, you can see the slight curve, can't you? And you can get right into things to cut off little threads. So it's important. You don't want a big pair of scissors for cutting off threads, because you might cut the fabric. The things like your overlocker, I always keep them by my machine, or if I'm doing some hand sewing. But that very slight curve just makes them get into more places. And it's just little things like that for £12.99 that actually, if you're going to have one pair of little scissors, have these. The grey scissors. Which ones? The micros. These ones, the serrated ones. Are we talking about the micro serrated? Sorry, so the micro serrated that you use for all the jersey and the fine fabrics, we forgot to put the code up for that, £9.99. That's an amazing price as well, isn't it? But they're really good. You see, that's the thing, is that because I chose all these, I did say there's a bit of an odd mixture. None of these things really go together, but they're just the things that I like. The scissor block. Where is that? Oh, over here. Yes, because that's why, because I couldn't find the revolving one. But if you have as many scissors as I do, you need to keep them in something. So the scissor block is really useful, because you can put all your scissors in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's a bit like the stand for the rotary cutters that we are giving away as our free prize draw today. And I don't have one of those. And all of my all my rulers sit flat on my cutting mat, which is really annoying. So that's my next thing to buy, is the is this. I want one of these next, so maybe I'll try and win it. I'd have to buy something to win it. I still, oh, I'm not allowed to. That's really mean, isn't it? But this is great because if you've got lots of scissors, it just keeps them all in a very small space as well. The which one? Where is that? I've got all of these things and I can't find anything. I can't find a scissors sharpener. Oh, there! That's why I couldn't find it. Scissor sharpener. I love this. Don't use it for your pinking shears or your micro serrated. I'd forgotten it was in a box. I was looking for this. This is for sharpening your scissors, obviously. And they have to be right-handed scissors and they have to not be micro serrated or pinking shears. But they are brilliant for sharpening your scissors. And there is nothing worse than having blunt scissors. Or a blunt rotary cutter. Mine's really bad at the moment. It cuts like in inches and then it leaves a thread. I need to change the blade. So this is just a great thing. It's only £16.99, but it means that you can always have sharp scissors. My next thing I love, well, I've got loads of things here I love, but I love the clapper. So I used to wonder what this was for and what the point of it was. So I need to get my ironing board. And then I got one and it's amazing. It's just amazing. So, you know when you want to make something really, really flat and it's a bit bulky, like maybe it's denim, like hems of jeans, or maybe you're working with thicker wool or corduroy, or even when you're doing patchwork and maybe you're doing something that's loads and loads of seams, so you've got a lot of half square triangles or flying geese, or you know, you do Dresden paint and you've got all of these seams to come in together. This is the best way for flattening seams. Now they're made from beechwood, and the reason for that is beechwood absorbs heat really, really well. Because the point of this is my iron still on? One moment, I've just got to plug the iron in. Is that you apply steam to the fabric that you are going to be pressing. And what you want to do is apply the steam, but then if you can quickly withdraw that steam, you will get a better press and a flatter press. Because what you want is, you want the fabric to have the heat, but you don't want it to keep the moisture in, because it's like a bit like if you're pressing bias seams, we always say don't use steam if you're pressing, because you will stretch the fabric out of shape because it holds that moisture. By using a clapper, it quickly withdraws it. So if I press this, let's pray there's some water in it, even if there's not. Oh, there is. If you press it and then you quickly do that, that's all you have to do, and then you withdraw it. That's warm now. That has absorbed very quickly, the beech wood pulls all the moisture into it and you will get a flatter finish. Now, obviously, if you just cotton fabric, doesn't make a lot of difference. It's layers of fabrics and thicknesses of fabric. And the other thing is, it's not just for that, but that's the clapper. And you, honestly, if you're struggling to get something flat, use one of these. But it also has this point here, and that's really good for when you are ironing, because you can put fabric and then iron on here, because wood, obviously, we know absorbs moisture. You can put this into points of collars. It's really good for pressing any points of collars. So if you've got a collar that you want to press, you can put that right inside it. And it's a handle as well. But honestly, because I looked at it and think, is that going to work? And then I took one home and I keep one all the time on my ironing board, and it really does. We've got a question from Sharon. Morning, I missed the programme earlier. Was just wondering if the set of friction pens are for marking material and can be erased. Yes, that's all I ever do them for. And we've got two new sets. We've got the fluorescent ones and the clicker ones, so you don't have to lose your lids like I do all the time. The fluorescent ones are £8.99 for a pack of 6, and they're like a highlighter, so they're thick and thin. And then these are the normal friction pens, but they just don't have lids. They click, which is much better. But I use them for marking fabric all the time, and yes, you just erase them with a flash of an iron. Be careful. I don't put it on the hot bit of your ironing board as they disappear, but you get better at that. But honestly, if you do a lot of thick fabric pressing, love that. Hope that helps, Sharon. I've put a glue pen in because I was a bit of one of those sort of glue snobs, to be fair. That, oh, I know, you know how people do glue. They say glue it. You get felt. People say glue it. Oh, no, I don't glue it. I'd sew it. So I didn't really want to use glue. But then I realised when I bought one, I mean, I've had mine for a few years, that this is fabric glue. It's not normal glue pen. And I started off, first of all, using it for EPP because I hate tacking EPP shapes round. So you can glue the paper of your hexagon and then fold the fabric round. You don't need to tack it. So each pen comes with one glue stick already in it, and it comes with one free refill already in there. Well, it's not free, it's probably the price, but one spare. And then you retract, it goes up and down. Which is great, but you do get them through them quite quickly. So we have also got a pack of refills. So I would suggest if you buy the pen, buy the refills. But now I use them for all sorts of things. So if you're sewing a zip on, maybe between two pieces of fabric. So say you're putting a zip in the top of a zip purse, and I used to tack the zip to one side of the fabric and then sew it to the other. I just glue it in now. Or if you want to do one of those zips that has a post box opening and you just want to, I used to sort of pin it and tack it to keep it straight. I just glue it. The glue doesn't gum up your sewing machine, so you can sew through it and you won't get a yucky gummy needle. It'll just go straight through, and it washes out as well. And the glue sticks, so these are blue. I don't know why they come in different colours. Maybe it just makes them show up better, I'm not sure, but these are blue ones. And it's when you want to use pins. I mean, obviously it is a temporary hold, won't last forever, but it is great when you just want to hold some in place, maybe in a place where you can't get a pin or the fabric's a bit too thick for a pin. But do get the refills as well, because there is nothing more frustrating than running out of the glue once you've realised how wonderful they are. And the sew line maker is really good as well. It works really well. Spool storage. Well, I guess because my sewing room is rather overcrowded, I'm all about storage. And you can get 32. Look at the space that takes. They're in a football stadium. Sorry, we're not allowed to talk about, don't mention football. Didn't say that. It's like a stadium at the athletics. So, yeah, rugby. So you can get 32 spools on here. And I just think, you know what, for £4.99, you could have a whole row of them and you can get all your stools on. Flat. There we go. I just keep turning it round. So there's your athletic stadium. 32 spools. And for £4.99, it looks really nice when it's filled. I'll show you the picture. Look. If you've got the space, look how lovely it looks. And you can get the big ones on, so you can get like the Aurifil ones, all the little ones on. But it's just, I'm all about storage. Love that. No, and didn't take up much space, which is even better. And we have the spool box as well, which is here. This one, I'm not going to take the lid off, because I take the lid off everything. This one is great. This stores 27 reels. So this is great if you want to stack them all up or if you want to take them somewhere. So if you don't want them for display, but you want them all stored, you could put them all in something else or stack them up. It does, because I've got a storage rack, but I haven't got enough storage racks because all of my other thread is in a box. And I'm constantly buying new thread because I can't find it, or I waste loads of thread because it all gets tangled up. So I do need some more storage things, but this is really good for storing individual spools. And whenever we have these, people always buy multiples of them and you can stack them all up as well. But it just helps to know what you've got. And if it uses up less space, it means that you can get more because you can fit more in. And he goes, oh, you haven't got much stuff. I go, yeah, I've chucked out loads. And you think, no, I haven't. I've just stored it, actually. Yeah, the hand cream set. Now, I love the Seams hand cream. I said to John the other day, I said, oh, you smell nice. He said, it's my hand cream. But I have some of this Seams hand cream, and I didn't realise that we do this lovely set. This is only £29.99. So if you've used Seams hand cream before, you will know how wonderful it is. Oh, it makes your hands really soft. The best thing for sewers is it doesn't make them greasy. So if you just wait a couple of minutes, it's not greasy, but it all absorbs really quickly and then you can carry on sewing. I find particularly when I'm using like a polyester or man-made fabric, it catches on your hands if they're rough, but the hand cream is amazing. Anyway, I didn't know we did a gift pack. So in the gift pack, you get gloves, you get a nail file, you get the hand sanitizer, and obviously you get the most fantastic hand cream. So if you've ever used the Seams hand cream, you will love this set. I like the gloves. These are actually, I mean, you think, because when I first saw, I thought, oh, were they for putting on like quilt? But they're not, they're quilting gloves. And you know what it's like when you do quilting and you need to get the, you've got a lot of fabric, you need to get it through the machine and run it through. The quilting gloves have a slight grip on the underneath of them to help them go through. Oh, we've got a review from Sylvia. Lovely smell, soapy but not overpowering, dries very quickly and keep hands soft. Yeah, I just think it's got the most beautiful scent to it. It's got shea butter, rosehip oil and oat. Even the producers use it. It smells lovely, but I think, and also this bag, it's like a lovely wash bag. It's got a waterproof lining to it, and the bag comes with the whole thing. And I love the hand cream. If you've got a friend who's a sewer, they would love this set, because you get the hand sanitizer as well. And it is made for crafters, and it does make a difference. It really does. And to get quilter's gloves and the nail file, but this is a lovely gift for somebody, or yourself, or someone saying, what do you want? What do you want for your birthday? I'd like one of those, please. So I chose that because I always have the hand cream because I love it. And that's just a nice little set, isn't it? There is also, what I like as well, should we do the last one, the tape measure, is that if you love the seams, they do a tape measure as well. I really like this because I love a tape measure. Nice packaging, and look how lovely this is. It's all in the Seams colour. It says Seams on the front. It's just a retractable tape measure, but it's a really nice quality one. It's beautiful, isn't it? And I like the little tag on the end as well. And it matches the bag. It's just nice, isn't it? It's just a nice tape measure. It's really, really soft, but you look like a real professional seamstress with that. So I saw that and thought, I would like one of those. Right, very quickly before we go to break, run out of time, just want to recap the early bird, which is this wonderful Creative Grids ruler. And if you missed the first hour, I was talking about it then, it is amazing, £4 off, which is postage. So it's free postage, isn't it, if you get this? Oh, and remember today that if you get the early bird, you get free postage, you get entered into the draw, and you get the free tote bag panel. But this is your basic, this will cut your full width of fabric if you fold it in half. So brilliant for cutting strips. Maybe you need like 1/2 inch strips or 3-inch strips. If you're making a quilt, you can cut all the way across. It's Creative Grids quality, so it has these lovely textured outline and spots on it, and it's got all of the angles as well. It's just perfect. So I think it's really good because we don't often put Creative Grids on the early bird because they do sell really well anyway. They're really popular, but as a special little treat to set off Great British Sewn Week, if you've not rotary cut before, this is a really good starter ruler. And if you have rotary cut and you've only got the small ones, this is great because you can use it for so many different things. And I just think for £4 off, that's just such a good price. It's only 8.5 by 24.5 inches. I mean, they do last a long time, but just have a look at yours. After a while, after some time, they do start to wear out a bit. You might have nicked the edge, or you've lost some of the lines, and they are so accurate. And it's marked up in 1/8 of an inch increments. And don't forget the QR code on the end. Turn it around. If you scan the QR code, it comes with a YouTube video, take you straight through so you can see how to use it. All you have to do is set your phone to camera. Got to have a smartphone, obviously. And hover over this. Once it gets into the screen, it comes in focus. It just takes you off to the YouTube video. You don't have to do anything. But we don't often do. We rarely ever discount the Creative Grids, particularly this, which is your standard cutting strips of fabric roller. And don't forget that everybody who purchases with us this week, not only today, this whole week in commemoration of the Great British Sewing Week receives this panel for free. Only one, mind, only one. Yeah, it isn't like one per order, otherwise we'd have none left. It's one per customer. So the idea is a tote bag. There's the front of the tote bag, or should I say, should we have... But you could put all your badges on it, couldn't you? So depending, you can choose, you have Yarn Lane on the front, Sewing Street on the back, obviously. And then you've got one strap in the Yarn Lane colours, one strap in the Sewing Street colours. You've got labels on here. And we will make one up to show you. I love the we. It will be me, won't it? Since I wrote the instructions. And it's lovely because the bottom of the bag has this nice little strip across the bottom. It's very stylish. But you can use it for all sorts of things, or, you know, make something else from it. Don't have to make a tote bag. Obviously, that's what it's designed for. But when you get yours, make it up. Send me a picture. Show us what you've done with it. And we'll put them on. And we want to see it. We want to see them on the festival. We're all going to the Festival of Quilts. So we will be taking ours with us. You can upgrade it as well, bling it up, put a bit of a plique on it. We should have a competition. Who has the best tote bag? You can decorate it, put all different sorts of things on. You can applique all things. You can make it your own. You could embroider over it. So you could embroider over the words. Make it even nicer. Anyway, I need to go because Rebecca is back on in a couple of minutes' time. This is a real beginner's dressmaking show. It's a beautiful wrap skirt, really, really easy make from one of Debbie Shaw's books. And we have got a lovely selection of fabrics that we have handpicked, especially for you, that are perfect for this. So get ready with your dressmaking questions because Rebecca is a professional dressmaker. She will help you out. So just message in. So I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time. Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing has been part of the Great British heritage for thousands of years, starting with hand sewing with English paper piecing and then progressing to machines to give us high-end British tailoring. We are proud to be a nation of sewists. So to commemorate this, Sewing Street is holding Great British Sewing Week. Tune in from Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of July for celebrations of all things British. We have the traditional prints from Liberty and William Morris, as well as makes from our talented guest designers. Keep a lookout for some special giveaways and some new and familiar faces. Join us from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of July on Freeview 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, Kat is so excited. She's so excited she's agreed to come on air because in the last hour while I was talking, Rebecca finished the dress and it's Kat's birthday weekend. Next week. Sunday. And so she's finished it for her. Would you like to see? Would you like to see what she looks like? Look! How nice is that? Oh, since Kat's put it on, she's just been skipping around the studio. But doesn't it look lovely? So we still have, if you've bought the pattern and you want the fabric, we've still got some of the fabric left. But isn't that lovely? Doesn't Kat look beautiful in her brand new dress? Yeah. I know, how lucky is she? I'm going to put my request in next. Yeah, she's got to go back now and do some producing. I won't know what to say. But she does look lovely in it. But it's lovely to see, isn't it? I know often when you see fabric being demonstrated, you can get a vague idea, but it's lovely to see it being worn. And it was so lovely. I cannot believe that she finished it in that hour as well. I'd be still pressing my seams open and considering things and wondering how long the hem should be. So very impressed. Anyway, we're back for another dressmaking hour. So starting with the book. Oh, where I can't find the book is. So this is Debbie Shaw's Sewing Room Secrets book. And there's a little saving. £2 saving. It's only £7.99. Only £7.99, and the pattern instructions for making the lovely wrap skirt are in here. So should we just have a quick little look? So you've got all of the basic sort of tips about dressmaking. So this is a really good book for beginners, and people often say, oh, I'd like to start dressmaking, I don't know what to buy. This is a really good book. It covers like in detail what all the different sewing machine needles are, all the equipment that you need. Why would you need a tailor's hand? Well, it tells you. Marking tools, different feet, what different fabrics are, and we constantly have questions from you. Can I use this? What is that? What is a chambray? What's a needle cord? It tells you all about this. Things about just explaining patterns, which is, if you've been dressmaking for a while, you know what a nap is and you know what directional prints are, but it explains it right from the beginning here. All the different materials you need, pressing, ironing, measuring. And I said to you earlier, don't worry what your size is. It's really important that you measure yourself and then you keep a note of those sizes, and then always cut your pattern out to the sizes that your measurements are, not what you think it should be. Choosing patterns, understanding pattern symbols. Anyway, it's all in here. All the details, all the different machine stitches, seam allowance, different sorts of seams depending on what you're making and the fabric that you're using. Different sorts of hems, and then we move into the projects. So obviously this isn't a pattern book as in it has patterns. It explains how to draft your own pattern and how to make something, but they're fairly simple. So the first one's a kimono jacket, and then talks about making bias binding. So each of the techniques is something that will be used in one of the projects. Then we move on to the tunic sweater dress, which is updating a sweater. inseam pockets. So that's what Rebecca was showing us in the last hour, how to put them in, and that really shows you in detail how to make a skirt out of shirt, how to make your joggers fit you. I love that. How to make baggy joggers fit you. How to sew on elastic. So if you're making those pyjama bottoms, how to do that. How to make a skirt from a sweater. And then this is the project that Rebecca's going to show us today. How to make a wrap skirt. Now these are really popular. They're really useful to wear. Here is the sample one that Rebecca made for us earlier, which is using one of the fabrics that we've got, and I will show you in a minute. It's all you need is the fabric and some elastic. It's very, very simple. But what I like about it, and I noticed when I was putting it on the model, is it's got a big wrap, because some wrap skirts are a bit, there's not a lot of crossover, and you think, a slightest gust of wind and everything will be on show, but it's got quite a nice wrap to it. But it really is a beginner's project. So if you've got a sewing machine sat in the back corner of the back bedroom and you think, I haven't used that for years, or a lot of people say, I'd like to have a go at dressmaking, but I don't know where to start. This is really good for a start, but obviously all the information and the instructions you need are in the book. And then I'll just run through the other projects: an off the shoulder top. Then she talks about a plique, a child's shirt dress. I like this one, the bat wing dress, really simple. And again, it's all about measuring yourself and making a pattern so that it's very, very simple. Like that. And then things like, how to take up a pair of jeans, which is really useful. Adding an elastic waistband, how to mend holes. So loads of, it's for $7.99, it is invaluable. But the project that we're going to be concentrating on today is the wrap skirt. Now, we have handpicked a selection of fabrics for you that are the right fabrics for this skirt. So the first fabric I'm going to show you is the one that Rebecca has made in our sample. Now there's 2 meters of fabric in here, which is enough for the largest size, because the book recommends 1.5 meters. Now the largest size is your size, because you measure yourself and then you decide. Is that right?
Yeah.
So 2 meters will be big enough for the largest size. So this is a lovely viscose mixed fabric, which means it's got a beautiful drape. We talked about this earlier when someone said, what's a really good fabric that doesn't crease? Well, viscose doesn't crease. So if I roll it up in my hands, look, perfect for your holidays. A skirt made in this is also extremely lightweight. You can just chuck it in your bag as well. I love this because it's got a really nice black background and then a real sort of florally tropical type print. That's lovely, and it will look really nice. You can wear it with lots of different tops. You could just use a really simple t-shirt to go with this. You could put a black one with it, but equally, pick out one of the colours in it, like a white or a cream or a pink. If you just picked out one of those, even a mustard would look nice with that. I'm not going to fold that back up. Next, I'm just trying to choose which one next. Oh, were they in an order? Oh, good. I like this one with this beautiful sort of, it's like, I would say, a forest green background, but it features birds, little parrots. So you've got, some really nice bold prints, both in black and white and colour. And then you've got little birds, and so you've got like some of the leaves that are in sepia, and some of the birds, like that one, they're in sepia. So very autumnal, but this is the sort of skirt you could wear summer or winter, depending on what you wear it with. Next, we have got similar weight fabric, but in a lovely deep plum background. I love the colours of the flowers that they've put with this. It's that lovely sort of like a petrol blue in the flowers and the floral print. But again, this is great, is that if you want to think what you're going to accessorise it with, either what top you're going to wear with it, or shoes or jewellery, you can just pick out one of the colours from here. But it's a lovely weight, and it will flow and drape really nicely for a skirt, and it's ever so smooth. So we've picked these specially because I think this is the hardest thing, particularly with dressmaking. It's a bit easier with patchwork and quilting. We can pick colours, but the weight is the same. But for dressmaking, it's often hard choose what you need, but only £24.99 for 2 metres, which will be, you know, fit up to the largest size because you measure it to fit you. Then we've got this lovely coral background, like a coral with a little polka dot on it, and then these really big leaf. I mean, these prints are really in at the moment, these very sort of bold, large prints. But I like the way that the colours have been chosen, sort of a really soft beigey cream with olives and also peaches and deeper corals. So although it's quite a bold print, it's not really shouting at you colours, but works well in a skirt because it is a big print. Next, I'm going to choose this one. So this is much more geometric. They've all been floors, this one. So this has got like a navy blue background. This is sort of thing, you know, you can wear these on holiday, you can wear them on the beach, but equally you can wear them out for the evening, you can wear them in the office. So this is a lovely navy blue background with this sort of tealy blue and orange coloured triangles and stars in it. Again, look really nice. You could pick out any of these colours to wear with it, whether it was a little vest top or even a long sleeve top. So although they're very lightweight, you could wear them in the winter. I mean, obviously you might need some thick tights on and a long sleeve top, but these sort of things. But you know, this fabric we are selling separately, so you can just buy it like this. If you've got another pattern in mind and you think, oh yeah, I know, I've got a nice dress or I've got another skirt, then you can buy it for that. You don't have to buy it for this for this book. Plains, then we'll do that one. So we've got, if you just want plain, we've got blush pink. It's really pretty, isn't it? It's a very soft, like it is like a blush pink. And then we have a really soft, I would say aqua, like a spearmint. Yeah, I guess so. I think it's more greeny, but it's like an aqua colour, very soft. And there's 2 metres of each of those. And then finally, I like this fabric. This one's got a little bit of, yes, save my favourite to last. This has got a bit of linen in it. It's a linen viscose mix. So it's a bit softer, but it's got that lovely linen feel to the back. It's like a pale, like a cream with a hint of pink in it on the background. And then these lovely big, they look like big red carnations, like a sort of a digital print, and cornflowers and small ear, but it's really lovely. Well, it's called Flore Explosion. And also we have got elastic, because that's the only other thing that you need in here is elastic. So you get, okay, so how much elastic will you need for the skirt?
It depends on your waist
So
measurement.
you might need more than a metre.
You might need 2.
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll talk through measuring in a minute, but there are 2 different widths. There's the 32 mils width. Well, sorry, we've got the 40 mil, which is the wider elastic. That's a metre piece. And that's up to you on whether you prefer a wider or a narrower. So that's the 40 mil. And then we've also got the narrower 32 mil. Now, once you do your measurements, you will know whether you need more than a metre, and you can join them together. Right, and they're £1.99 each. Right, okay. Well, welcome back, Rebecca. Thank you so much for making Kat her dress.
Oh, that's all right.
Everyone's going to want one now. Look, Rebecca's in. Yeah.
Just put me in that little room and I'll just sew all day.
Could you just make Elliot a dress?
Oh, he'd look lovely, wouldn't he?
Yeah, we'll be doing pyjamas next time for him. So is this easy to make?
This is great. If you've not sewn before, even if you have sewn before, it's just, there's no shaping, there's no darts. The thing that gives you the shaping is the elastic that pulls it in at the waist. And then because these fabrics are have got a lovely weight to them, they just fall over the body shape very nicely.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Perfect for Christmas dinner. I love a good elastic.
Yes, with a good elasticated waist. Absolutely.
So this one is a slightly heavier weight.
Yes. So this is the one I'm going to be demoing in, that one. Yeah. So it has got a slight, but it's still nice and soft.
Yeah.
So it'll still drape
it's a bit
very
of linen
nicely.
and a bit of viscose together. It's a nice fabric though.
It is. It's beautiful. It's really lovely. So the first thing that you need.
Do we wash this first?
Because it's got a little bit of linen in, I would
Okay.
I think I would give it just on a cool wash.
Just
you don't
to get any shrinkage.
Yeah,
out of the way.
yeah.
And with the viscose fabrics, would you do the same?
Well, I tend to wash
Just in case.
fabrics anyway before
Okay.
I start cutting them out. Again, only because in my background, that's what we always did.
Right.
You wash the fabrics before you
I
started
guess you're
using them.
covered then, aren't you?
But yeah, it just means that you know, if there is going to be any, even if it's only very slightly, you've done it before you've cut it
Okay.
out. Yeah, so yeah, it's probably
Right,
a good
okay.
idea. Yeah, so first things first is to measure your waist and your hip. So this is your natural waist. So a lot of clothes now, you get them, they sit on the top hip, which is just below your natural waist. So a lot of things that you buy in shops.
Well, like A-line skirts
yeah,
sit there,
they
don't
they sit about probably about 2 or 3 inches down from your from your natural
yeah.
waist. So make sure you measure your natural waist
Right.
to get that measurement. 'Cause it'll be comfortable as well. And your hip measurement is 8.5 inches. Let me move that forward a bit. There we go. You see that? So from your natural waist, your widest part of your hip is 8.5 inches down from your natural waist. So
Okay.
that's where to measure. Get someone to help if
Right.
you
So
if
your
you
natural waist
if you
is the
need
bit
it.
that bends
Yes. Yeah.
when you bend over.
That's it. So the widest part
Just
of
keep
your
measuring.
hip
So it's
is
about 8 inches.
It's about
Yeah,
8
okay.
inches down, but it's obviously it's over your bottom, and then that's your widest part.
Right. Okay.
So make sure that make sure that you have got your widest part, otherwise it won't fit properly. So just make sure. And like I said, you're doing it for yourself. Nobody needs to know.
I know.
You don't need to write it down.
No, just know.
Yes,
Know what
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Well, it's better to make something that fits you, isn't it? And get those
Yeah.
measurements right. It doesn't matter what the measurements are.
No, that's it. And then when you've got that measurement, it's 1.5 times your hip measurement. So this one, I did a 45-inch hip, and then I added another 22.5.
Oh, okay.
Inches
And all of that
in
information
it's
is
all
in the
in
book,
here.
so you haven't got to
it's
remember
all
that.
it's all down in there.
Okay.
And then you also add another inch to that hip measurement for ease, because when you sit down, it that
Yes.
around that hip changes. So when you sit down, what you don't want to do is sit down and there's a lot of pressure on the side of
Right.
your skirt. You've got the wrap, which makes it a bit easier, but just add on that inch for comfort, really. And like you were saying, it is really nice because it's a good wrap.
It is, because some of them are a bit flimsy,
Oh,
aren't they?
they're really skimpy when you buy them.
They sort of
they-
like go halfway across the
Yeah,
front and you
well,
think,
if that, they give you the tiniest amount, and it's fine when you're standing. But like you said, if a gust of wind, or when you're sitting, it's a whole nother.
you have to sort of sit in a very
Yes.
strange way.
It's a whole different
but that
story.
wrap sort of goes right to the waist, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it practically goes from one side of the hip to the other.
Right.
And obviously, the more you want it to wrap, add in
yeah.
extra. So, if you don't want to do just 1.5 your hip measurement, you could do slightly over if you want. But it's very generous.
Yes, no, I like
must
that.
say
because
it is very generous. So I have got what everybody else will get. So there's my fabric with my 2 meters in, and there's my elastic. So I'm going to show you right from the beginning.
Perfect.
Exactly what you're going to do. So I am going to cut in half. This is always scary when you're cutting fabric. So I'm going to end up with 2 1-meter pieces,
Okay.
because then I'm going to add them together. Because if you've got a hip of 40 or above, you'll need to add on that extra to make that wrap underneath.
Yes,
I've added
obviously,
on
yeah.
here, and actually you can't, I mean, it's there.
Okay.
I mean, you can't really, and it's tucked underneath.
don't even need
you're
to pattern
never
match.
you're never gonna see it.
No.
So yeah, just make sure that you know that you hide that underneath that wrap piece there. So you get my scissors, and I'm gonna be brave and chop down.
I know, just cutting it like, oh. So you don't have to sort of square it up then? you
Just make sure that the top of your fabric is together.
Yeah, okay.
Because, and also this gives you, you know, the drop. So a metre is 39 inches. I don't know what that is. Let me have a look in centimetres. So 39 inches, so roughly 99 centimetres in length. So that means you've got plenty for the top, for your elastic, and then you've got plenty to decide what length you want your skirt.
Okay.
So you can have it, you know, a bit shorter or below the knee, on the knee. If you're brave enough to have it above the knee, go for it.
So we've got a question from Patricia in Malaga. Oh, what's the weather like?
Ooh.
Good morning, ladies. Would the viscose fabric be suitable for palazzo pants?
Palazzo pants. What's palazzo pants?
Well, those wide leg trousers.
Oh, yeah,
Those.
lovely.
They're sort of often made from linen, aren't they? But
Yeah.
they're like floaty, really wide.
I would say so. I thought,
Well,
yes, I think that would be very nice.
They're very floaty.
Yeah, very
'Cause I guess,
floaty.
yeah, they're often made from linen.
Yeah. So I would
Or something floaty.
actually, I would say that would be very nice. Actually,
Yes,
fit
it would.
very nicely. Yeah.
And they look lovely in Malaga as well.
Yes. Lucky.
Yeah.
So when you're joining your pieces, obviously make sure that you've got the fabric going in the same way. So you haven't got one way,
Yes.
one the other.
Yes,
So
okay.
so just check that. So I'm just looking for a repeat. So I'm looking for those two which are there, so I know that they're both going in the
but
same.
you don't worry about pattern matching.
In the same. Don't worry about your pattern matching. So I am just going to whiz down this.
Well, I guess also you've got the selvages, so it doesn't.
Yes,
fray.
yeah. Keep your salvages. And again, obviously, you know, usually when I cut things out, I overlock round.
Yes,
So when I
yeah.
cut that out, I overlocked all my pieces. But obviously, I haven't done that with this because I wanted to show
Yeah, so you can
right
show
from the beginning. But
yeah.
Neaten your edges as you go.
Is there a seam allowance or?
Well, what I'm doing here. I'm doing the seam allowance to the selvage at the moment
Oh, okay.
because I haven't made any measurements yet. I haven't measured out my hips or anything, so I'm just joining the two together.
And all these.
I think she
books
suggested
are,
about a centimetre,
All
I
these
think,
books
or
are
an
signed
inch.
as well.
Yeah.
Just saying. £7.99. I don't know why we've got a discount on it today.
So just give that a press.
It's such a wonderful skill, isn't it? This is great that you can start with something like this because it's not too
it's not daunting.
intimidating.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it is when you first start and you've got a pattern. It can be a little bit daunting, can't it?
Yeah, well, it's
to
just sort of. I
start?
think it's about confidence building,
Yeah.
isn't it? And also for sustainability. You can use old fabric that you've had for a while or curtains.
Yeah,
all sorts of
absolutely.
things.
Yeah.
Bed sheets. I mean, practice as well. That's why I was saying, I always have calico around. Practice with
Yeah.
something else. If
Yeah.
you're not sure, don't launch into your best fabric ever.
And don't cut into it. Have a go with something that you know you're not. It doesn't matter.
You know, it's such a lovely way when you make something like this, and the same with the dress you made earlier. You know it's going to fit you.
Yeah.
And no one else is going to have it.
No, that's it. Yeah, that's it. And you can just, you know, this sort of thing, you just keep making, keep adding to it, all your different fabrics.
Yeah, that's true. Well, also, once you get used to the different weights of fabrics and what works, you know, we've got a lovely selection. You can make, you know, the same skirt in loads of different colours as well.
Yes, yeah, that's it. So, what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to say, what hip shall we go for? Let's go for a...
I don't know, what's the average hip?
Shall we go for a 50 maybe?
Yeah.
Let's go for a 50. So I'm going to put a pin in there so I know where my 50 is. And it's very close to my seam there. And then I'm going to add on 25 for that, so that's my half, my 1.5, and then I'm going to add on an inch there as well for your ease.
Oh, for the ease, yeah.
For your ease, and then we need to add on the seam allowance to neaten the two edges. So I will add on another inch to 27. So I've got half an inch for each of my seams. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to measure what's left. So you've got an amount that's left that you can do something with.
Oh yeah, that's true. Matching bag.
Yeah.
But you could use it like, if you bought yourself a t-shirt to go with this, you could sort of bind the neckline or something with it, couldn't you?
You
or
could.
Just, bind the bottom of the sleeves.
Yeah,
for real
absolutely.
nice matching outfits.
Absolutely.
I always keep my sort of offcuts for things like that are quite useful.
Yeah, it is very useful. So I'm just going to fold that over. So I've got a pin in the top, pin in the bottom. So I'm just going to fold that over. Ow! Just touch the iron.
Oh.
No, I'm fine. Occupational
It's in a
hazard.
funny place, isn't it? You wouldn't normally have it in your armpit
Let
at
me
home.
turn it that way. There we go.
I could feel the heat coming off it earlier.
In fact, on, was it Monday? Oh, I lose track of my days. I think it was Monday. I haven't done it for, well, since I started sewing. I actually went through my finger with the sewing machine with my industrial.
I've never done that.
Yeah, the reason I've got dark nail varnish on is because this nail is black and purple.
How far
And I've
did
got
it,
a
did it
little
go all
hole.
the way
It's actually healed really quickly. I've got a little hole on the other side.
Did it go all the way through?
And I'm not sure if it went down there. The foot on my industrial sometimes gets stuck to the on position, and I switched it on, but my fingers, I was just getting the thread, and it just went
oh my God.
over and over again. But it's, you know, you just think, yeah, I did that when I first started. I really shouldn't be doing that.
I guess because I've never
anymore.
I guess normal domestic ones, it doesn't have, because you've got
No.
it's quite hard to do that, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh my Lord.
Not advised, really. But yes, it did hurt.
Oh, well, I bet you were trying to get your hand out as well.
Oh gosh, yes, it did hurt, I have to say.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, I know. But, you know, as they always say, that my very first job at Angels, and the lovely Davina that ran the workroom said to me, "You are not a seamstress until you have gone through your finger."
Oh, really?
With a sewing machine. And I promptly did it there. and then haven't done it since.
Oh, well,
like
I've never done it. So I'm
30
definitely not
odd
seamstress.
years or whatever. Haven't done it
guess you
since.
do need, it'd be hard to do it on a normal.
Oh yeah, it'd be very hard to do it on that. But as I said, it wasn't, you know, I should have checked the foot. So that's, you know, that's on me. I should have checked the foot first before I I know.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yes.
Yeah, did you get any blood on the fabric?
No, it was like that. But you know the trick, don't you, for blood on fabric? Your own saliva takes off your blood.
That's weird.
So if you get any blood on your fabric, get a bit of thread, grind it off, chew it around your mouth, and then rub it onto and it will come off.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, see, I always use like a bit of cold water because I constantly get blood on fabric because I'm always pricking my fingers and hand sewing constantly.
That's the thing, isn't it? And I've, you know,
I used to have bits of masking tape on my fingers.
Yeah, I've done it a lot on, and it's usually on white fabric or something like that you just think, ah. But yes,
you just lick it.
Gee, I've never done that. I've only ever done the thread bit. So maybe give it a go.
Slightly abrasive, isn't it?
Give it a go.
Like give that a go. It's like cows. They've got like sandpaper tongues. You could lick it.
Well,
I'm going to try that.
Yeah,
I always do that because then I did it last night. I should have been using a thimble really, but I didn't. I always got little holes in my fingers, and then you think, when is this going to stop bleeding? Because I need to keep sewing.
I know, doesn't it bleed a lot? Your
fingers.
fingers.
And then you squeeze your finger and you think it's still coming.
I know. Yes, that bled quite a lot, I have to say. Yes, it did bleed quite a lot.
I can't believe it went all the way through.
And I was really upset because I broke my needle. I was more upset about
you broke the needle. I'm not surprised.
I was more upset I broke my needle than anything else.
Did it? How? Yeah, Kat's getting a bit queasy.
Oh, sorry, Kat.
But did it break off in your finger?
No, it didn't.
Thank goodness.
No, it didn't break off in my finger.
You'd have to go and get it surgically removed.
Yes, I know. I did end up having a tetanus though.
Oh, did you?
Well, because I rang. I thought, I wouldn't have gone to the doctors, but I just thought, I don't know. Should I? Shouldn't I? Especially, you know, with everything that's happening now.
Yeah,
should I? Should I be? So I just rang them, and he said, well, we'll do it.
Well, you think, when did you last have one? I mean, I can't remember.
Yeah, well, apparently in my records, 1994.
I think you're supposed to have them every 10 years.
So, well, he said to me, you only need 3 in your lifetime. So this is my 3rd.
Oh.
So he said you won't need it again. So that's it now, because you have them all obviously when you're a baby, don't you?
Yeah, that's true.
And then I can't think. 1994. Maybe I'd gone through my finger that year as well. I don't know.
So are you hemming?
What I'm doing now. So I'm going. Needles. All I'm doing is I'm pinning down these 2 edges. So this one and the one that's underneath.
So you turn it over.
So because that's a raw edge. So I've turned it and turned it again.
And does it matter? Oh, you do it by the seam allowance that you've added on.
Yeah. So I'll do it for this side as well. So they're the same.
Yeah, you don't see. No wonder it takes me so long. I measure everything and press it and pin it, but you just.
Well, I can.
You know what you're doing.
Do it. Yeah. Well, she says. But yes, I can. But all I'm doing really is I'm using that selvage. So I'm using that selvage. So I'm going to there, and then turning again. So I'm using the same width as the selvage, for my seam allowance.
I think I'd still be measuring and pressing and taking 5 times as long.
Yeah, well, measure. Yeah, I mean, definitely.
I know, but you're such a pro.
I should have done that, really, shouldn't I? I should just whiz
ahead
and.
We've got 20 minutes left.
Oh, well,
ages.
Okay, yeah.
But you won't have to be distracted when you're making yours at home by me chatting to you about needles. So did it all go really black as well, your finger?
Yes, it's still my nail.
Sorry, Kat.
Sorry, my nail is black and purple. Yes.
That's why she got blue nail varnish on.
Yeah. I thought, what can I put on? Because usually I have clear on. I thought, I can't.
Oh, no, it'd have been a great story though.
Nobody wants to see
the story would have been even more dramatic.
black and purple nail, do they really?
Yeah. Especially Kat, who I think is a little bit
No. Well,
squeamish.
now I know. I'm glad I did put this nail varnish on.
I don't think Kat's going to make a nurse.
No. Well, I definitely wouldn't make
I
a
would
nurse.
be rubbish at that.
No, I did feel a bit faint after I'd done it, but that wasn't blood. That was, I think, just the shock.
Yeah.
That I'd done it.
Well, I think it is shock. I fell down a hole once, and not like.
Not that sounds like
Not like
an
up to
intro
my-
to a joke.
I'm down to my neck. I was looking over the wall at the kids in the playground, my kids, not anyone, someone else's kids. And I was trying to see them because I was walking past the school, and there was a hole by a tree, like the roots of a tree. So it was probably only about a foot deep, but I fell into it. And then I cut all my it sounds like I was looking at kids over what was my own children I was looking at. And then I fell into this hole, and then I must have really cut it. And I was absolutely fine. I went back to the school and they sort of dressed it, and it was only then when I saw it and I just fainted.
Yeah.
How embarrassing.
Yeah. Well, it's I think until you're in that
Children were even
situation.
more embarrassed that I fainted in the school. But I think that was the shock of it.
Yeah.
Rather than the actual
Yeah,
falling down
yeah.
the hole.
And did you do that thing where we all do if it's in front of people, where you get up and go, I'm fine.
I'm fine. And then there was all this blood, and I thought, oh, I'm going to have to. I said, you haven't got a plaster, have you? And then I fainted. Dear.
Oh, bless you.
Anyway, half of the stock of the book has gone.
Oh, here's a good book there.
Well,
There's
actually, £2 off.
There's lots of good tips in there.
Only £7.99. And it's just so clear, isn't it? Easy to understand. I like the. Did you see the Batwing dress project? Quite fancy that.
Yeah.
I like the no need for zips or closures.
Yes. See, that's my. I have a thing about zips.
What do you mean?
I think because my background is historical costumes, that it's eyelets and lacing.
Oh, they wouldn't have had zips.
So when it comes to zips, especially concealed, but I make myself do them because I just think it's an irrational. But it just goes to show, doesn't it? We've all got things. You know, over the years I've worked with people and they've hated sleeves, hate putting sleeves in. That's their biggest, you know.
Yeah, no, everyone has something, and then you have to sort of make yourself do it, don't you? Oh, what do I hate? I don't like putting sleeves in.
No.
My biggest pet thing with dress, I don't like doing concealed zips either. Actually.
No, I just think they're
They're really
lovely. They look amazing
They do, but you
when
know,
they're in.
I put a concealed zip in once on a waistband where I had t-shirt material for the bodice, then I had a fabric waistband section, and then cotton fabric. So I had all different seams. Well, I just was horrible.
Well, and different
yeah, it was awful, silly idea.
textures
I
and
had this really
things.
good idea of cutting a t-shirt off and then making it into a dress. Oh, dear. Probably took quite a lot longer than it really warranted.
So now I'm gonna measure again.
So now we're hemmed.
So we've hemmed down
There,
both those
yep.
sides. So that one and the one that's inside. So I'm gonna measure my hip measurement, which we said we were going to do 50, and then I'm going to add the inch, so 51. So I'm going to put another pin.
One for ease and one for dinner.
Yeah,
and then
in
one for
there,
ease.
absolutely. And then I'm going to wrap.
Yeah, does it matter which way the wrap goes?
I don't think so. So I've ended up with this one is going in the other direction.
Oh, okay.
So
that's entirely up to you.
I think it's preference, whatever your preference is.
I don't know actually. Is there a way? Well, probably not. Kat prefers the right over the left. Why is that then, Kat? Is that probably because you've just got a wrap skirt like that. Oh yeah, maybe it's to do with crossing legs.
Yes. Well, that is a very good point.
Yes.
Because yes,
I don't know. Actually,
think about if you're going to sit down and you're going to cross
out.
your legs. Think about which side you want. I'm just going to secure this.
I think I cross my right over my left. It's very hard to do on this stool, to be honest. But I'm having a little go. Oh yeah, I definitely cross my right over my left. If I do it the other way, it feels wrong.
I'm trying to think what I do.
Yeah,
I think I'm
I
right.
tried to do it standing up, it doesn't work.
No.
No, I definitely cross my right over my left.
Yeah, I think I do as well.
And so therefore, I'd want the flap coming the way that you've done it on that black. You'd want the one coming the other way, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So I'm just attaching those pieces together. Make sure they don't move whilst I'm putting the elastic in.
Yeah, there's a lot you could embellish this with, couldn't you? You could put like a border across the bottom or down the flap. Okay.
So that's
you just sew your flap in
your
place.
That's your basic. So now you're going to do your waist measurement. So if we use
and so when you do
all
your
of
waist
this
measurement, how much looser than your waist does it need to be?
Well, I would do it comfortably. So if you put your elastic,
so say that was me,
around your waist here. So you probably want it drawn in a little bit, but you've got to think about comfort, because if you think, right, I'm going to have that really, you've got to be in that for as however long all day, and it could be quite uncomfortable. And the beauty of elastic is that it moves with you.
Yeah.
So do it comfortably. Do it to your waist measurement, and perhaps half an inch.
Right.
It.
Okay.
Just so it's. But be comfortable. Don't have it. There's nothing worse, is there, than being in a skirt.
Yeah, but you don't want it too loose, do you?
No.
So your waist.
So your waist measurement, I would say, with perhaps half an inch off it.
Right. And then it's got to overlap as well.
So now it's got to overlap. So now we're going to use a zigzag stitch. So I'm just going to change this up a bit. So you're going to join the two pieces together. So when you join elastic, place them on top of each other so that it's nice and flat. You don't want to be doing that with a seam.
So do you have to add that extra to this waist plus a half?
Yeah. So make sure you've added your seam allowance for your elastic. So if you're joining two pieces of elastic together, again, you do it like this. So it's one over the top of the other.
At this stage, you can tell whether you need more than one packet of elastic.
Yeah, because you'll have your waist measurement.
So what waist measurement will do a metre then?
So anything, if we take an inch off for that, 36, 35?
35.
36.
So if you've got a bigger than a 35-inch waist, you'll need more than one packet. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just going to attach these two together with a zigzag stitch, because then it will, it'll move with you. It'll still stretch if you use a zigzag stitch. So don't use a straight stitch when you're working with elastic. There we go. So now what we're going to do is, so if you have your fabric flat in front of you, so that your wrap, where it's wrapping over is at one side, because obviously that's your invisible side seam, really, because obviously we haven't got a side seam, an actual physical seam. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put where I've stitched the elastic together, I'm going to have that in the centre back, just just so it looks nice.
Okay,
really.
yeah. And so if you've joined, then just put it not in the middle.
Yeah, yeah. So then if you fold your elastic in half, so that's your side seams really. So that will go to there, that will go to there. So pin, I'm going to pin in place. So this is done on the right side of your fabric.
Okay.
Because you're going to turn through afterwards. So I'm just going to secure.
So it goes on the outside.
Goes on the outside.
On the right side.
Yeah, on the right side of your fabric on the outside, like so. And then I'm going to do that again. Just put a pin in so you know where the middle is of your elastic.
We've got about 7 minutes. So
Okay.
About 7 minutes and 24 seconds.
Right, let's get this in and then we can show you. And then I'm just going to put the skirt that way. So you'll wrap over to wrap over together and then put a pin in so I know that the elastic goes there and the elastic goes there. And then just attach your elastic to those four pins. That's all you need to do.
So
just attach them to those
four.
four.
So just make sure it's evenly.
Yeah, just make sure it's evenly, because then you'll get an even stretch as you go round, because as you're putting this on, you've got to stretch the elastic to fit the fabric. So I'm going to do a foot's width away from the top, and then find, as you're going, find the point that you've anchored down, because so I'm just going to start off just so that I've got the machine anchored, and then you're going to pull the elastic, and you need to hold. Keep pulling all the time you're going along. Sometimes it's easier to grab the back sometimes, and then so try not to pull the fabric through. Let the machine take it through, but you're just stretching.
So you stretch rather than, okay, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Rather than pull it, you just.
So then obviously I'm on to the next bit now. So I pull again from that pin that's anchored down.
So you can't really do this then with a stretchy fabric?
No.
Because it would.
No, because that would be too, you're stretching two fabrics together. That would not be. It takes a bit of getting used to doing this, but it's.
Yeah, no, it's making sense.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. We've got a lot of people buying multiples of this book, so I mean, I think because it's quite a good book for a beginner, it's a really good gift for someone.
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
a very good gift. Yeah, it is.
£7.99. I like the fact it's got a section on how to mend your jeans.
How to
mend your jeans?
Yes. Yeah, because we should be doing that really.
Yeah.
We live in a throwaway society really, don't we?
I'm always mending jeans, but for all of my children's friends, they always come around going, "Oh, can you mend these jeans?"
And there are lots of great ways in which to do it. You can make a bit of a feature of it depending on where it is.
I just zigzag over them lots.
Yeah.
Backwards and forwards, and put a bit of fabric underneath. It's when they go, can you mend this, Mum? And you go, well, the problem is you haven't actually ripped it on the seam, and it's like a shirt.
Oh, it's always
or
in the
something.
worst possible place, isn't it?
One of my sons gave me 2 shirts, and they were just ripped, not even on the seam. I thought, well, yes, but it's going to be really noticeable.
So there you go. So you're attached.
Right, so you say, oh gosh, that's so
yeah.
quick.
So what you're going to do now is you're going to turn that through to the wrong side.
Okay, so the top of the elastics.
The top of the elastic, fold it over. And again here, you're going to have to pull.
Okay.
So I'll just put a few pins in and then I'll pull it as I'm going along so that I can show you.
Okay. So that raw edge is then all sort of
It's
encased.
it's all enclosed. So you don't have to worry about neatening this edge really, because it's all going to be enclosed. You're not going to see it, and you're going to top stitch now. So you know, there's no danger then of the elastic popping over the top.
So which one elastic have you got there? Have you got the 32?
What have I got
Yeah.
here? Yes, I have. Yeah.
So it depends. It doesn't matter then which one you. It's up to you whether you have, because we've got 32 and a 40.
Yeah, it's what
Is that
suits
just
you actually.
preference?
It's comfort, isn't it?
What does she
Really.
say in her instructions? If you want the book, you really do need to check out on it because we are getting quite low. We've almost sold out.
So I've gone back to a straight stitch now to do this. So I am stretching. So you can, but what I'm doing is I'm using the seam allowance there, and I'm just sewing just below it.
Ah, okay. But again, you stretch to fit. So
Yeah.
So really, so the fabric that you're using, you know, when you think it's a linen mix for £26.99, and that's your whole skirt and a bit extra.
Yeah.
And it fits you,
Yeah.
which is worth it.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's plenty there. So if you've got a bigger hip measurement,
there's
there's
isn't there?
plenty
'Cause
there.
you cut quite a bit off there. And
Yeah.
that's it.
Or even if you want it bigger, if you want to do it much bigger than your hip measurement, there's plenty there to do that with.
And that's a nice length as well, isn't it? I'm just going to see.
Yeah, I think so. I think
that would be
that's
on
quite
me.
that's quite a nice length.
So, so I guess it can be a metre long, can't it?
Yes.
Well, minus
Just
the.
minus your obviously your seam allowance at the top.
I
And
just measured that from my waist down.
is it down to the floor?
Oh, yeah, yes. Actually, on the floor. In fact, yes. I think it just reaches the bottom of my shoes, maybe. But so obviously with that, so I could make a full-length skirt. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd have the extra on the top and the hem, but I
Yeah.
would have almost a full-length skirt.
Absolutely.
So it would make, for someone a little bit taller, you know, a three-quarter length.
Yeah.
So you'd have, so once you hem it, you'll have even more. I
Yes.
think that's amazing for 2 metres.
There we go. That's it round the waist.
Look at that.
So
Made
that's
a
your-
skirt and chatted to me.
Yeah. Obviously just the hem
So
to do.
So what do you do? Put it
Just
on.
yeah, I would put it on, see what length you like, and then hem accordingly.
Fantastic. That's amazing. That looks lovely.
It's clever, isn't it?
I know. I really like
Yeah,
that.
it is. It is clever.
I think that might be a bit big to you, Kat. You can just keep your dress. You can't have a skirt as well. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
It's a
been
pleasure.
brilliant. You've been so helpful. It's so great having all your tips and expertise, and everyone been able to message in and ask as well.
Thank you for having me again.
It's been lovely. Do you know when you're back with us?
When am I? 18th of August.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Just about a month. Well, it'll be
Yeah.
lovely to see you then. And thank you on Kat's behalf for making a brand new dress.
Pleasure,
Lucky.
Kat. Glad you like it.
Yeah, nice birthday present for her. So thank you for joining us. It's been
Thank
lovely.
you.
So please don't forget to check out on your books. We only have 30 left. And also the bundles. If you click on Watch Live and scroll down below there, you will see all the bundles of fabric, all 2 metres. And as you've seen, there's more than enough for all the different sizes, and it is made to fit you. So coming up on Sewing Street tomorrow is 8 o'clock is a bag making, all the different bag making fabrics and accessories. 9 o'clock, Delphine's in with Oakley the Owl wall hanging. Brand new. We love Delphine. I love Delphine. This is going to be great. So Oakley the Owl wall hanging. 10 o'clock is designer fabrics. Always a treat. 11 o'clock is the Moda Sunday stroll quilt with Delphine Brooks. So that'll be, because who doesn't love Moda fabric? So that'll be nice. And then 12 o'clock, it's sewing machines. But coming up next is Yarn Lane. Now, if you're watching me on TV, just stay where you are. Well, you can make a cup of tea. You've got just about enough time. Stay where you are. Everything is already on pre-order. But if you're watching on the website or Facebook, or if you want to shop, you need to go on to www.yarnlane.com. So we have a separate website and a separate phone line to go on there. Everything is already on pre-order. We've got some brand new kits from Helen, who will be joining me in a few minutes' time. Beautiful yarn, hand-dyed and gorgeous, and some new patterns as well. So the only other thing is that if you've already shopped with us, the postage is already covered. Your P&P moves over from Sewing Street to Yarn Lane. So you're all covered already. So I will see you. We've just got to clear the set, get Helen on, and we will see you back in just a few minutes' time. So thank you for joining me on Sewing Street this morning.